Our next presentation, when you thought you were done with finance, you're not. Phil is here to do a presentation.
Good morning. I'd like to thank Council for providing me with the opportunity to present an overview of the Financial Services Business Plan. So the Finance Department at the county, we oversee a wide range of activities such as accounts payable, accounts receivable, payroll, fixed assets, investments, financial reporting, and support other departments with the budgeting process, which we're doing today. Today, I'm going to briefly cover some of the major initiatives of the department in 2023 and outline some of the risks that are facing the county, the finances of the county moving forward. So I'd like to begin this morning by updating you on some of the finance department's initiatives. And with the renovations that are taking place at the old house and the need to work remotely, we have had to adapt some of our daily processes and procedures to account for the lack of face-to-face interaction. We are also looking to take advantage of this opportunity to identify areas where we could go paperless that we weren't considering before we started working remotely due to COVID. Over the last few years, there's been a notable increase as well in the reporting requirements that are asked of the finance department. And as a result, we are spending additional time adhering to a wide range of information requests. This includes calculating COVID costs by department, as well as infection prevention and control costs at Fairmount. It includes measuring our progress towards the 4 hours of care at Fairmount, reporting ongoing costs of the initiative that the government had to add the $3 an hour premium for PSWs, so to quantify those costs, and working closely with the community paramedicine program with their reporting requirements and helping them to track hours and costs. Next initiative is in the back half of last year, we began work on the implementation of a new software program called Star Garden. There was significant work involved in the background setting up this system, and we were able to go live with this last month. We are still learning how to navigate that system and understanding its reporting capabilities. So there will be a learning process, and there'll be ongoing challenges with that, just as we all educate ourselves on what we can do with that software over the next couple months. And finally, work on the county's asset management plan will continue in 2023. So the requirements for July of 2022 of last year only included the core infrastructure assets. So at the county level, this only included the bridges on the KMP Trail. For the next phase of this plan, it's going to include all assets of the county, and there will be a tremendous amount of work involved to get this accomplished by next year. So I want to speak just a little bit more about that asset management plan, just because it is such a large undertaking for the finance department, and it could have funding ramifications for the county in the future if it is not done. So our senior finance analyst, Kathy Shaw, was in a webinar last week with the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, and they did indicate that in the future, funding could be withheld if the AMPs are not done. So it is a very important initiative. So by July of 2024, the reporting requirements for all assets under the county's asset management plan will be significantly enhanced. For the county, this will include all assets at Fairmount Home, as well as within the paramedic services. And for each asset category, what that entails is we were going to need to report the replacement costs, energy usage, condition assessments, and life cycle activities for assets. Additionally, we will need to consider the costs and risks associated with maintaining different service levels. So although there is significant work needed to complete the government's requirements, we are optimistic that we can meet the reporting deadlines for next year. And this will be a high priority for the finance department over the next 18 months. Okay, so moving on to some risks and mitigation. Next, I'm going to talk about a risk to the county, which is the OMERS, our pension plan. OMERS has approved a change to its current eligibility rules as of January of 2023, and it will allow non-full-time employees to elect to join the pension plan. So prior to January of this year, employees were required to work at least 700 hours in both of the previous 2 calendar years before they were offered the opportunity to enroll, or before they became eligible. So this will increase annual expenses for the county, as people who were previously ineligible are now able to join. OMERS employers follow guidelines set by the OMERS Sponsor Corporation for pension eligibility. Since this change has been approved and implemented, we know that the county will have increased costs due to these non-full-time employees electing to join the plan. While we still cannot determine the exact impact to the county, as we are still receiving enrollment forms each week, based on previous trends, we can confirm that if 30% of these part-time paramedics and only 10% of Fairmount employees chose to enroll, it would have an annual cost to the county of $83,000.
Can I ask a question? on
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
that? It's too late now because I'm 22 years in, but would that be applicable to part-time as counselors?
I think they've left that one for municipality to municipality. So I would take that, I think we take that away, and yeah, I'm not sure. I'd look into that for you though. We can advise. Okay. Okay. Another risk that we've identified facing the county is benefit costs. Alex touched on this yesterday morning when he was reviewing the year-over-year increases in medical expenses over a range of departments. In recent years, we have seen significant increases to our benefit premiums. As a result, we went to market with an RFP in 2021, which resulted in a 9% reduction of our costs in 2022. To maintain our business, our benefit provider quoted prices that was lower than our benefit costs, so that the plan was in effect underfunded. So this is a standard practice in the industry, and upon renewal, what they do is they increase their premiums to recoup their losses from the previous year. In addition to that, our benefit provider has confirmed that we are seeing increased claims. Okay. Now, the county has limited ability to mitigate these increases. However, when the RFP was awarded, we did negotiate a 2-year exemption for benefit increases to our life insurance and LTD rates. So the increases that we're seeing for 2023 is purely based on our health and dental. As a finance department, we actively monitor the renewal rates, and we will go to market with an RFP when we see continued increases above that CPI to reduce the financial impact to the county. However, as this was already done fairly recently, we will have to absorb any increases that cannot be negotiated over the next year or two. Sure.
Councillor Spears, you need to use your microphone.
Just wondered if the disclosure of who the benefit provider is available to us, where it's switched.
Yep, no, yep, we can disclose that. Yeah, it's Independent Alliance, IA. Industrial Alliance, sorry, my apologies.
And they are.
They are independent too, yes.
Councillor Lichty?
So there, the name again is
Phil.
Industrial Alliance.
Oh,
Industrial
Alliance,
Alliance.
yes.
And
I have-
who was the one that we left?
does somebody want to ask to speak, or you just want to give it? Who's speaking? I don't know.
I just wondered which benefit provider we left.
So we didn't actually leave anybody. When we got the notice of the increase, okay, and we'd seen that over several years. So what we did is we went to our benefit provider and we sent out an RFP to several. And the one that we had gone decreased their pricing enough to maintain the business.
Any other questions? No? Okay, any other questions in general? You're not done though, are you?
Not yet. No,
No,
I got
okay.
another one. I'm getting there.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say you stopped and then, but now I know why. Okay,
Okay.
perfect.
Okay, and then the final significant risk to the county that I wanted to talk about today and to every municipality is just continued high inflation rates. Alex also touched on the impact of inflation when he was speaking yesterday morning. But since the mid 2021, we have seen inflation rates in excess of that 1 to 3% target set by Canada's monetary policy. The consumer price index rose 6.3 year over year in December, following a 6.8 increase in November. So the takeaway is we don't know how long this high inflation is going to continue, but it does continue to pose a significant challenge to the county's operations. To maintain our current service levels while dealing with increased operating costs, the county has implemented a variety of strategies. This includes reviewing the budget and selectively delaying some budgeted items that don't impact service levels. Similarly, we are delaying some capital replacement. The paramedics have begun utilizing purchasing power of a healthcare equipment consortium that allows them to get better pricing. And at Fairmount, we have more heavily used the donations given by families and caregivers and external organizations to purchase minor equipment. We've also requested additional funds from the reserves. However, some of these strategies are not sustainable. And now I'm finished. Any questions?
The only comment I would make is, and I know everybody is doing it, but when you don't purchase or all we're doing is kicking the cost down the road.
Yep.
But Councillor Fowler?
Because of the inflation rate, are you going to be asking us for more funding?
Are we going to? I think the majority of that is seen in the budget increase. So I think that's hopefully the hope would be that would cover most of what our operating costs for next year.
Oh, Alex would
yeah.
like to comment on that.
And
too.
I think Phil covered it pretty well, but the ask for more funding is coming through the 2023 draft budget and the levy increase.
Councillor Lichty?
Just a comment about the OMERS issue. The way it has been in the past is when you go to become eligible to receive your benefits, they go back and they say, well, do you have any of this on the service way back when we were eligible, it never paid in and so on. And that's apparently all going to go away. Because if you've got 22 years of backup where you would owe, like you're looking at thousands of dollars to buy into this. So I think, at the end of the day, it's unfortunate that we're going to have to, increase our levy to pay for some of this, but from an individual perspective, and OMERS is probably a good thing.
It probably would have cost more than what I got paid.
Oh, yeah, hundreds of thousands of dollars in some cases.
That's more. Fran, have any questions? Nothing?
No, it just looks like we're all in the same boat this year, where just to keep things the way they were is going to cost us a lot more money that we don't have.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Phil. And now we are going to planning. Mr. Gallivan and Sonia Bolton. Should remember that last name. Just like at home, you get the remote.
Morning, Warden and members of County Council. So we're happy to be here this morning to talk to you about our business plan for our economic planning and economic development department. I'm just going to open our presentation, but our manager of community planning, Sonia Bolton, will be speaking to you about the planning side, and Richard Allen, our manager of economic development, will be speaking to you about the economic development side of the department. And then Richard, after that, will be doing a separate business plan for you on the KNP Trail, which we started doing the separate plan a couple of years ago. So our department objectives are at the very high level is to bring in land use planning and economic development together. We're the only county in Eastern Ontario that has a department that has both planning and economic development combined. And we consider that to be a competitive advantage because we work together, we collaborate together. We know where planning is going. We know which way economic development is going. We keep each other on the straight path. So it's a very positive relationship. One of our big missions is to implement strategic regional planning policy. So that would include the big picture issues. For example, every 5 years we do population projections for the whole county to make sure that we're up to date. The county official plan, we did that in-house and it was adopted by county council in 2014 and approved by the ministry in 2016. And that was a big step forward because it was the first time there was a regional plan for Frontenac. And it also allowed you as county council to make planning approval decisions on township official plans and official plan amendments. Prior to that, they were approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs. So the county official plan acts as a bridge between the provincial policy statement and your lower tier OPs. And it's very clear, if you haven't looked at the plan yet, that it's a very high level plan to try to create the vision and work together across the region, but at the same time, recognizing that your official plans, the details of your vision are up to each of your 4 townships. Then we also worked on what was called the private road study, I believe in 2016. That was a very important piece for us together, because when we were doing the county official plan, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs approved it, but they were telling us at the outset, we're not going to allow any more development on your private lanes, your cottage roads, because there's a health and safety issue. Our argument was, quite frankly, that's a ridiculous perspective because not every private road is the same. Some are well maintained, others aren't. Some have development potential, others aren't. But if you stop us from doing that, it really affects our economy. It affects our tax assessment. So kudos to the previous council and wardens who did a lot of lobbying with the province. And at the end of the day, with that very detailed private road study that reviewed every single private road in Frontenac, one of the interesting summaries from it was that there's not really a lot more development left on our private roads, which was interesting in itself. But we were able to amend your local official plans to put policies in to allow for that development. We built road standards from that study, working with your public works managers. So that again, we all worked together on that, and that was a big step forward. And then, of course, which is top of mind right now, is the communal services work, which we've been doing since 2018. Again, previous council and already this council, this warden, have been meeting with different ministers to try to explain why, well, this is such an important potential game changer for rural residential development, potentially allowing different forms of housing, which we just can't do right now on single septic and well systems. And we're hoping that by this summer, we'll have established the regional utility and move forward on that. So those big regional planning studies are important to us. Develop and support innovative regional projects. I've already mentioned that. Work collaboratively with member townships to enhance service levels. We're doing that on both sides of the department, economic development, Richard and Debbie meeting with your economic staff. And Of course, our planning department working with your township planning staff, and not just necessarily on day-to-day planning, but some other municipal issues we try to provide assistance on, and Sonia will speak to you a little bit about that. Develop or manage workload capacity. This has been our biggest challenge in the last 4 years because of the amount of planning applications, the amount of planning inquiries that we've received in COVID, and it's across the board in the county, it's across the board cottage country. It has really affected our ability to do the big picture planning. We're hoping with things starting to stabilize, we're going to be able to do more of the regional planning work. Always our responsibility is to provide the townships we work with and you with our best planning opinions. That is top of mind for us. Engage and support the Frontenac business community. That is ongoing, continuous, fluid, and we are out all across the county on that. Same with trying to attract new businesses and residents. Follow the Charter for Economic Development to focus on economic development activities. So you are going to be looking at updating that early this year, I think. And you're also going to be looking at updating a strategic plan for the county. And that will have major implications of where we can go in the next 5 years. We're going to need your direction in part from your strategic plan and the charter to move forward with our business plan. And then, of course, manage and develop the KNP Trail. It's still a significant time consumer, particularly for Richard, but we're continue to make progress. I'm going to stay optimistic, and we continue to make progress. And this is just a chart that just summarizes what I've spent the last couple of minutes talking about. Really, it is a benefit, we believe, that we have a coordinated approach. We still have the lowest per capita investment in economic development of any of the counties in Eastern Ontario. What that means is our staff are getting a lot done with limited resources. And we need to talk to you after the strategic plan is done as where you want our priorities to be and what that means for our department. But again, I have to say the fact that we're working together on the planning and economic development side, it is efficient and it's a positive outcome, I think, for the region. So I'm going to stop now and I will turn it over to Sonia, who's going to talk to you about the planning side of the department. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. So I am here to talk about the planning services portion of our department. In terms of our priorities for our group, we're here, as Joe said, to lead and to champion some of the regional planning priorities for the county as a whole. We also work very closely with the townships on good planning, as well as on opportunities for appropriate growth, as well as working with our colleagues in economic development to foster economic prosperity throughout the county. And we also are working towards developing as much as we can and supporting township staff to have a planning approvals process that's consistent and that is easy for everyone to use. In terms of our achievements in 2022, of course, there's the communal services work that planning continues to be involved in, particularly the endorsement by the county and 3 townships for the creation of a municipal services corporation. So that work is ongoing. And I think, as Joe said, we're hoping to see the formation of that corporation later this year. In October of last year, the Township Council on the Islands passed and adopted the official plan amendment, which actually implemented the Marysville secondary plan. There was the adoption at Central Frontenac of the the communal services feasibility study, looking at redeveloping the former school site in Sharbert Lake at a much higher density for residential development. And then there, of course, a continuation from 2020 and 2021 of a very high volume of planning applications. And I'll have a bit of a breakdown for that later on. So because of the work that we did do, there were also some missed opportunities. Again, that high demand in planning applications and planning inquiries did impact our time for policy work. So it has meant sort of the delay of the start of other initiatives that we feel are important. We've delayed the community planning permit system. I know we're in the process of going out to each of the townships right now, talking about that project and about starting that in 2023. We've also had to delay amendments to the county official plan and the start of our natural heritage study update as well. So in terms of our township planning hours, and when I say township planning hours, that's specifically for the 3 townships that we do the day-to-day planning services for. So that would be North Frontenac, Central Frontenac, and Frontenac Islands. And this chart here just shows the increase since 2016 of the number of hours that staff had devoted to township planning hours. 2022 was just slightly higher than 2021 at just over 2,500 hours. When you're looking at the next slide here, we'll show planning applications by township. So of course you have the islands in green, North Frontenac in orange, Central Frontenac in yellow, and then at the top, sort of the aggregate total in brown. So we did see a slight decrease this last year from 2021. 2021 was our highest year with 174 applications across the 3 townships. Last year it was 143. So you may ask, well, if there was a drop in applications, but the previous slide showed a slight increase in hours, why the discrepancy? So the increase in hours in terms of looking back at our data in terms of the time that we track is that over the last year with restrictions from the pandemic lifting, we were back out on the road doing site visits, spending time in township offices. So that accumulated more hours there, even though there were fewer applications, as opposed to just working from home, doing everything remotely. In addition to the work that we want to do on the policy front and the work that we do with all the planning applications, there are a number of other department functions that our team supports. Planning inquiries are always, there's usually very high volume, it ebbs and flows depending on the time of the year. But those are inquiries of people looking to confirm zoning for their properties, looking at new commercial ventures. We also deal with a lot of issues related to non-compliance. So people who are building without permits, people who are looking at situations where maybe they're grandfathered or have legal non-conforming structures on their property. We also deal a lot with infrastructure issues. So we help the townships, the 3 townships that we serve with communication facilities or inquiries about cell phone towers, road allowances. We work with Richard and his team if there is a requirement, say for an easement to cross the KMP trail. Under other associated duties, again, relationship building amongst our township, the public, the agencies that we work with, such as the conservation authorities, often will have policy and guideline documents that they review on a regular basis and look for input from us on. And then I've included provincial regulation changes, and I feel like I should move that to a more prominent category than just other assigned duties, because with the number of legislative changes that have taken place over the last year to the Planning Act, the time spent on those changes has been significant. Actually, as of yesterday, we checked our software, and staff at the county have spent 117 hours since last spring working on changes because of the changes to the provincial legislation related to the Planning Act. So we have spent a lot of time working with our colleagues in your township offices in terms of what we are going to do, what we need to do, amendments that need to be made, and policies that need to be updated. And that is work that we actually undertook sort of as a county priority. So our township partners, that with the 3 that we have the service agreement with, none of that time has been billed to the townships because it's been something that's affected us all. So we've taken that on as a county initiative. There's also the work, we have a lot of committee meetings, council meetings that we attend throughout the month, and then regular department administration, whether it's budget, human resource, professional development. In terms of the planning inquiries, just to give you a little bit of sense of the type of inquiries that we've been seeing over the past few years, especially with the pandemic, lots of interest in new commercial uses. Breweries and distilleries for a while were very popular. We haven't had any of those lately, but those people who reach out, we're glad that they do, because we have the time to talk to them about the significant challenges that those businesses have when they propose to develop on private services such as well and septic. Lots of inquiries about camping, lodges, other tourism, commercial uses, the redevelopment of or expansion of older campgrounds, special event venues, food trucks, as well as boat storage have all been sort of popular, I guess you would say, inquiries from the business side of things. Our staff spent a lot of time attending pre-application meetings and looking at pre-application requests online. And then, of course, questions with respect to zoning compliance. So somebody, looking at buying a piece of property, wanting to know what they can do with it. And then some of the wonderful acronyms that we have in our zoning bylaws, such as EP, so environmental protection, or provincially significant wetland. What does that mean to people if they have those zones on their property? So township planning work remains quite high. Applications have continued to increase year over year. There was a slight drop last year, but we're also seeing more complex files. So there's no easy piece of land left to develop on. They're all very complex, whether it's steep slopes, lots of wetlands. There's been more interest in commercial development, which is more complicated than a standard single residential development. With 2023, we are thinking that we may see some leveling off with the changes in the economy and higher interest rates. There may not be as many people looking at purchasing property. So we're not sure, but that is a bit of our prediction. And with that, hoping to spend a little bit more time on policy issues. We have, of course, official plan reviews. Central Frontenac updated their official plan in 2021. South Frontenac is currently working on their township official plan, with the county being the ultimate approval authority, but we're in touch with the township staff there in terms of doing a review and providing them with comments along the way. And of course, Frontenac Islands is overdue as well for an official plan, a new official plan. So we'll be looking to have that conversation with them, hopefully later this year. Other major projects, there's the additional implementation for the Marysville secondary plan will be something else we'll be speaking with our friends on the islands about. Central Frontenac just undertook a zoning bylaw review, and so there'll be some housekeeping amendments there we'll be working with them on, and we're actually also working with North Frontenac on a housekeeping amendment for their zoning bylaw as well. And then we'll be working on an implementation plan for next steps for the redevelopment of the former school site in Sharbert Lake. And our county work also keeps increasing. We have the communal services work, which is still ongoing. The natural heritage study that we are going to be starting this year. We're out speaking to all the townships right now about a community planning permit system, which I know Kevin had spoken to efficiencies. A community planning permit system, while it's a great deal of work to put in place, is a very efficient tool from a planning process, because it allows you to take zoning and minor variances and site plan control from the Planning Act, along with things like tree removal and site alteration, which are normally dealt with under the Municipal Act, and put it all into one bylaw. So our proposal, because most of our applications and most of our complicated applications are related to waterfront development, that it's a tool that we could apply to the waterfront in the townships. And once in place, it would offer a more streamlined process or for triaging, minor versus more major development applications, and allowing some of the more minor applications to just to have delegated authority for approvals to staff. So more to come on that. As I said, we're out speaking to each of the township councils right now with respect to that project. We have population projections, which we are responsible for updating on a regular basis. And certainly the planning team is working with the economic development side on the regional community improvement plan that they have underway. Yes.
On the regional community improvement plan, and I know it would put more things in place after it's applied for. There's no way of, one of the biggest comments we always get before somebody applies for a subdivision, they cut all the trees. There's no way we can make that apply to an application after, without creating a whole bunch of bylaws and stuff in place for tree cutting and all this other stuff, is there?
So you mean the community planning permit system?
Yes.
Right? Yeah. So through that, so right now, if you wanted to control tree removal, you would have to pass a tree bylaw. in order to, and if you wanted to control, somebody going in and dropping the blade and pre-grading a site, you would need a site alteration bylaw. So it certainly is possible to have each of those bylaws, but you have to have them passed. You have to be able to enforce them. With the community planning permit system, it would be one bylaw, and we could regulate tree removal and site alteration so that it couldn't happen prior to development as well under that system. At least that is our intent. Those two things become particularly important with waterfront development because of shoreline erosion and lake quality as well. So,
But it wouldn't be applicable to subdivisions.
it wouldn't be, if we're doing it just for the waterfront right now, it wouldn't be applicable to subdivisions, but you could do a separate tree bylaw, particularly for other areas.
Thank you.
We are also going to be shortly starting the update to the county official plan. And then we also do have a number of active subdivision files, particularly within South Frontenac that we work with that team on. And we are expecting to see an increase in subdivision activity if and when the Communal Services Corporation comes online with communal services. So in terms of risk analysis and mitigation, of course, one of them continues to be delays to timelines for planning applications. So with a greater volume, and there's greater risk in delays, and that becomes even more problematic with Bill 109 that was passed last year, which for some of the larger types of applications, such as rezonings or site plan control, if the timelines that are required by the province are not met, municipalities are going to have to start refunding application fees. So part of the work that we have been doing with township staff is trying to put in a new process where for those larger applications, essentially we are going to be front-end loading the process, meaning that there's more work by the applicant up front, and we're doing technical review up front before we deem something complete, because complete application is a formal term in the Planning Act. And once you deem an application complete, that's when the clock starts. So in terms of being able to mitigate that, as I said, we're looking at moving forward with the community planning permit system. Those types of permits are not subject to those kinds of timelines and delays. They have their own framework under the Planning Act. Delegating some planning approvals to staff. So one of the first things that happened through Bill 109 was that every township was required to delegate the authority to approve site plan control applications to senior members of their township staff. That was not optional, but all the townships were able to have that bylaw in place by next year. There are opportunities to delegate other types of planning approvals to staff. If you attended the Joint Committees of Adjustment training last week, you heard a portion of a presentation given by Michelle Hanna from the Township of South Frontenac, who talked about South Frontenac's process for delegated authority for undisputed consents, which was something that they put in place at the beginning of the pandemic to help them handle workload. But it also offers efficiencies for applicants as well, with people who have straightforward applications are then not waiting to get on an agenda that may only occur once a month. And then also continuing our process improvements for implementing Bill 109. We're just almost at the finish line for official plan amendments for each of the townships related to that bill. And we'll be going back and working with staff on things such as pre-application consultation bylaws that reflect that new process, as well as proposals to update fee bylaws as well. Again, another risk with all of the activity related to planning applications is the delays to strategic initiatives. So we continue to have to delay or suspend our major policy reviews. Last year, we only spent 11% of our time dedicated to policy work. And so there are housekeeping updates and document consolidations that are not happening. Right now, it has been a little bit slower, knock on wood. So we are working with both North Frontenac and Central Frontenac staff on some housekeeping amendments to their zoning bylaws. And we are also working on taking past amendments for the official plan and zoning bylaw for the islands, and at least getting those documents brought up to date as well, and making those documents accessible to meet online requirements. In terms of mitigation measures, when it comes to policy work that some of the townships wish to do, where they may normally look to our team, particularly with the 3 townships that we have the service agreement with, is the flip side is that you may need to retain a consultant to undertake that policy work, depending on the county staff workload. If we can undertake the work for you and you want it done within a certain timeframe, you would be looking at hiring a consultant to do that extra policy work. An example would be Central Frontenac had hired a consultant last year to help them with the update and review of their zoning bylaw following the adoption of their new official plan. Now, I'm going to turn it back to Mr. Galvin to talk about the Sustainability Reserve, but does anybody have any questions for me before I give up the seat?
Councillors Green Spears?
When you talk about a 3-year official plan that we're coming up to, is there any problem with doing a 5-year, lengthening it out 5 or a 7-year? And that it seems like it's a very short time frame.
So generally, an official plan review is supposed to happen every 5 years. I think under the Planning Act, a new plan can now be in place for up to 10 years. So the window of 3 years is often the amount of time that it will take to actually do the full review, all the public consultation, and then put the plan in place. But the plan, once in place, is now good for 10 years before the next review is required.
Are the fees that are charged to the municipalities, are they cost recovered?
Right now, I would say, I don't know the ones for South Frontenac very well, but I know South Frontenac updated their fees, at least their planning fees, in the not too distant future.
No, I mean the work that you do for the other municipalities.
For the other
Are they all
municipalities.
cost recovery?
They are not. They are not. So the other 3 townships have not increased planning application fees in quite some time. So we have been doing some research on what other municipalities charge to try and get a sense in terms of what the average is. But right now, for instance, it costs only about $500 for a minor variance or a consent, which does not cover the cost of the time it takes to process that. And not just the cost of the planning services, but the cost that it takes, because the township staff also invest a lot of time in terms of helping process the application, circulate the notice, prepare agendas. So right now, we are not meeting cost recovery. And so that is part of our review. And as part of that now, because of Bill 109, we're also going to be looking at pre-application fees for some of those larger applications, because if we have to spend the time doing all the technical review up front, there needs to be a recovery of fees for that.
And Alex wants to comment.
Yeah, so, and there's 2 parts to the equation. So in terms of what we bill to the townships, that's based on cost recovery. We prorate the total amount of hours per township and on a 3-year average, and that goes to the township. In terms of how those fees are recovered by the township, whether
Right.
that's levy or through their own planning fees, that's up to them. And that's where the fees that they are levying aren't fully recovering the costs.
Right.
That they're
That's what I was concerned
Okay.
about. Like, no disrespect, but I mean, South Frontenac doesn't want to pay a portion of someone else's planning. That's all. If those fees are recovered, that was my question.
Yeah, okay, so no, that's a good clarification to make. So
Right.
we have a funding model through our service agreement with the 3 townships that we do the day-to-day services for to
Right.
recoup our costs in terms of doing that work. But in terms of the 3 townships being able
Whether
to
they're
recoup,
getting their money
whether
back.
they're recouping their costs, I would say
Right.
right now, they are not, because the fees are not reflective of even the average of what other municipalities are charging. So unfortunately, that means when it's not being covered by the applicant, it's being covered by your township levy. So we will be coming out to those 3 townships in the near future to have a conversation about fee increases.
The other question I have is on the timelines when the clock starts of an application. When somebody comes into the planning department, they can say, well, I want to do this application. Technically, the planning department can't say, well, we don't agree with it and you can't apply. They can say, we wouldn't support it. However, you can still apply, right? I think that's the language I remember. So what happens if somebody comes in with a development and he says, I don't care if you think it's ready or not, I want to apply, because then the clock starts ticking. Are they allowed to do that? Or you can say, we will not accept the application?
So there are a couple of different options. I mean, the whole idea is every municipality has the right to require pre-application consultation. And what happens during that process is we sit down and we speak to people about their proposal. And we also ask them and let them know what studies and fees and reports are required. And so right now, the way the process works is until they we basically give them a list, and until they hand us everything that's on the list, it's technically deemed to not be complete. The problem is now we're also going to need to get comments from technical agencies and staff as part of that complete application. So you're right, we could reach a point where the applicant is unhappy. They think they should have been deemed complete and moving ahead. So there's really a couple of choices. The municipality has a certain amount of time where they have to formally state whether an application is complete or incomplete.
Okay.
And if it's incomplete, why? And then the applicant has the choice. If they disagree, they can appeal that to the Ontario Land Tribunal. The other option is for staff to say, okay, or provide some notice to say, technically you've given us everything we've needed and we've gotten technical comments, but let's say they refuse to make changes based on the technical comments. The municipality could say, all right, we'll deem it complete, but know that if you don't address these technical comments, staff will not be providing a recommendation that this be approved. We'll be recommending denial. So you could, I think internally with your own staff, you would have to have that conversation about, where you want to have that battle with a particular applicant.
Because an applicant wants the clock to start as quick as possible, obviously.
So,
Okay, thank you.
okay, you're very welcome.
Thank you, Warden. Pardon me, recognizing that with the exception of you and the deputy warden, the rest of you are new, and just learned, it's the first time you're hearing about our department. I do want to talk to you about this sustainability reserve, and Richard is going to talk to you about another reserve that we have in the economic development side, why we've set it up, and what it really is for. So I talked earlier about some of the bigger regional projects we do, like a county official plan update, communal services study, the private road study, and the natural heritage study. They can be expensive. And at the county, they're not considered a capital project, so they have to go on the levy. So to come forward with a proposal that maybe make good planning sense, but it's going to be $75,000 or $100,000, and you're lining it up with other budget issues, it may be challenging for you. So a decision was made back in 2015 that we would create this reserve fund. There would be an annual investment into it, relatively just over $30,000, so we could have enough money that when there's a project that we want to recommend to you, we would use this reserve. And just to be clear, we will have to come forward to you with a project proposal. You will have to approve it. Even though we're recommending it and we'll have the money in this reserve, you will have to approve it, but we'll have the money available. Originally, the reserve had an opening balance, if you look at 2015, of about $370,000. And that money came from the county reserve that had been set aside for Ontario Municipal Board hearings. Because the county has been the approval authority for subdivisions since 2000. And they can be expensive. So a decision was made to use that money to invest at the beginning of this reserve and then add money every year. So if you take a look, for example, we're looking in 2023 this year of the 5-year official plan review, potentially $30,000. It won't start actually till 2024 in terms of budget numbers, but we're hoping to start that this year. If you look at communal services, the next item below, we've invested almost $90,000 in that. Natural heritage study, the previous county council endorsed that project, and we have a budget of approximately $100,000. So over time, we'll have this money available, and the pressure won't be on council in terms of a major investment on a one-off basis. The one caution I want to give you is that this reserve is also used as if we go to it's now called environmental review tribunal hearings. If we go to those hearings, the money will come from this reserve. So if you look at 2017, almost $120,000 was spent on legal fees and expert witness advice for the Hardington subdivision in South Frontenac. They are expensive hearings. This was a 10-day hearing, so it was a long time. So anytime, for example, South Frontenac is hoping to adopt their official plan this year. It'll be in front of you for approval. If somebody appeals it, you're the approval authority. We'll be at the tribunal with the township to support that. And any subdivisions now, they cannot be appealed by citizens, but they can still be appealed by applicants. So for example, Hardington was appealed by the applicant because we had gone over the formal 120-day period for review. And that's really where that appeal started. So that is an intangible that I don't even want to give you an estimate on, but that will be drawn from this reserve as well. Do you have any questions for me on this particular?
Councillor Spears?
So I take it we might have lost at the tribunal and we had to cover off the applicants'
No,
legal fees as well?
we actually won.
And we didn't get our money back for,
Well, we were obliged as the approval authority. The application was not part of the hearing, so we had to pay our own legal fees and so on.
and couldn't be applied back or,
No.
Councillor Fowler?
Just regarding the legal costs and that, where do I see it on this chart?
It's under, if you look at the bottom of projects, you'll see OMB hearings. And then go over to 2017. There was a little bit more in 2018. Yeah. And you'll also note as a county issue, the new paramedic base, and actually it also included the campus renovations itself, but we were involved. Sonia led the planning side, but we had to bring in a planning consultant to do site planning and stuff. So that's where that came out as well.
Mr. Pender?
Just one other point to Joe's in terms of the land tribunal. The other thing that can happen that would be very expensive is if planning staff recommends something to county council and county council goes against the advice of the planner and your legal advice, then you will have to hire outside planners and outside legal counsel to represent you because they cannot represent both sides of an issue. So that's, well, that one was $118,000. If you get in that kind of situation, it can be considerably more expensive.
Well, on that note, though, we did have to hire some extra legal costs because I think our council supported it and or vice versa. Our planning staff recommended it. Council voted against it here. We voted for it at the county. So anyway, that's how it went. It got complicated. Doesn't take long to eat up money, that's for sure. Yeah. Oh, it's supposed to be 10:15, so I was told for the break. I don't know. Richard, are you done before then, or if you go a minute or two over, we'll cut you some slack. Well, that's, at least you admit it yourself. So you would rather us take the break now and let you talk? Okay, and then it'll be We have Brianna back and we are ready to go. Go ahead.
Okay, through you, Mr. Warden, and it's my pleasure to speak to you about the economic development side of the Planning and Economic Development Department, and then I'll be following up with the KMP Trail Business Plan, which is also my responsibility. So just as previously noted by Director Gallivan, we work closely with the planning staff and township staff and various other organizations on supporting local businesses and economic development in the region. A lot of our work is in partnership with other organizations and other entities that are interested in business and community development. I can't seem to move the slides forward though. Perfect, thank you. So just a little bit of policy context. Our business plan this year is driven by the former County Council strategic priorities that were set from 2019 to 2022, the service delivery review that we did in 2020, our destination development plan that was approved in 2022, the regional brand guidelines. We completed an update to that, but the brand and it is really something that we encouraged our business community to adopt and own. And so it sort of becomes a cyclical process of like working with brand and community and businesses to strengthen each other. And that strengthens the brand and our reputation. And then our economic development charter, which we will bring an update. We've done a lot of the groundwork in 2022 on that, but we're going to align it with whatever strategic priorities come forward from County Council later this year. And speaking of which, so in May and June of 2022, we conducted a series of focus groups to evaluate the priorities for economic development across the region. We had a number of stakeholders from local businesses and community organizations speak with us and help us lay out priority areas. The previous the existing charter focused on trips and trails, food and beverage, and recreational lifestyle. As we move forward, it's a very similar set that came out of that process, which was focusing on tourism. So the trips side of trips and trails around our lakes and trails, food and beverage, and economic infrastructure. So that could be properties, commercial properties, or the internet, things that would support economic growth or economic activities of existing and new businesses in the region. So those were ideas that were drafted in that process. And as I said, again, we'll review everything we learned last year from our stakeholders in the context of the work that's happening right now on the strategic priorities.
Yes, I got a question. I'm looking at this tourism, lakes and trails, food and beverage, but you're not including accommodation. Is there any room for accommodation through you?
Oh, so I would include accommodations under the idea of tourism. They're the key part of our tourism infrastructure, right? So whether that's growing additional accommodations, we did an accommodation study in 2017 that really sort of laid out the foundation for a lot of our tourism work that we're currently doing. And so accommodators are part of that tourism stakeholder group.
Mr. Spears?
And for agriculture, the intensification, organic and modernization, is that coming in there?
So over the past 5 years, when we've been looking at food and beverage, we've looked at it from both a producer and a processor standpoint. So we've increased processors, so high value added, so sauce creators, beverage creators, that sort of thing, cheese producers. But we've also supported our local farms through open farms primarily, but also other farm to table initiatives and working on the supply chain infrastructure. So we've been involved in abattoir conversations. So that has fallen into the food and beverage kind of category because we've considered agriculture food creation.
Yeah, Councillor Saunders.
Short-term rentals is a hot button issue, certainly in our township, but I understand across the county and across the province. So accommodation is a key economic driver. I'm not sure how to approach my question, but there's a balance here between, I guess, supporting short-term rentals, legislating short-term rentals, and then just leaving them alone. So I guess my question is, will you play a part in any discussions that go on regarding how we want to approach short-term rentals?
If I'm asked to.
Oh.
At the moment, the previous approach had been a local approach. Enforcement is generally done in the township level. However, we've been monitoring from afar those conversations, but we have not been asked to participate directly at this stage. But there may be a time or place for us to have that conversation.
Councillor Lichty.
So I don't want to go down the rabbit hole with short-term rentals, but it's a major problem for all of us, I think. We can all write a bylaw in a day or two, and then you have to come up with some way to enforce it and enforce it practically, and it's extremely expensive. So we will have to address that later this year, but we got as a new council, a few other priorities we want to get through first. So any involvement, any advice we can get, anything we can share among the various townships here, I think that'd just be icing on the cake. That'd be great. Our issue with accommodation is we have lots of it, but there's like lodges where they don't want to give you, one night. They want you to take a block of time. And that's a bit of a problem for us, but that may be a fact of our geography.
Councillor Spears.
Just to piggyback onto the short-term rental, and that we can't deny that it also is impacting the affordable rentals. And that many people that used to rent a house and that now doing it for a weekend type of thing instead of taking somebody in for reasonable rent. So sooner rather than later, I think we need to get our ducks in a row. And I know there have been several municipalities across Ontario in similar situations. We need to get it done quick.
I would like to comment though, before you go off the topic, is I don't like to call it a problem though. It's actually an opportunity is the way I look at it. People have rented cottages in this municipality for 100 years and probably paid half of their income of their living was on a cottage at one time. So I don't think that we should just call them problems. We know we need to figure out a way to manage it, but it's still an opportunity of a lot of economic coming into a municipality. It really is. So we have some people that are building $3 million lodges, places that they're going to rent out. So, I mean, there are opportunities to it too. So anyway, it's just not a problem. It's an issue.
Through you, Mr. Warden, if I may, I'll follow up with the staff of the various townships and bring something back to the Planning and Economic Development Committee, and either a strategy for having discussions jointly or community discussions or something to that effect as a way forward. So I've made a note of that here.
Okay. Councillor Gowdy.
Thank you, Warden. At Roma, I attended a conference or one of the workshops, and Prince Edward County has a very good setup going for licensing and enforcement of rules for short-term rentals. And it is a great economic factor, and it also is bringing money to the county and its cost recovery. So that might be somewhere to reach out to.
Thank you. All right. Move to slide 4. So I've divided my business plan up into sort of four areas, 6 areas that we sort of look at. We do business support, investment attraction, which is relatively new for our department, destination management. We have the Open Farms event, which is an important event, but also a time-consuming event that we are involved in, the KMP Trail, and then we have obviously administration, business planning for the department. So when it comes to business support services, we are focused on ensuring the region has a vibrant and active business community with conditions in place to support entrepreneurship, collaboration, growth, sustainability. Our goal is really to have business intelligence about what's happening in our community, to do research and have information that we can report back to our partners, and to support and foster collaboration between businesses in the community. This is something that we learned through the development of the Frontenac ambassadors when we took the brand out to the ambassadors in 2016, 2017, and continued on with it in 2018, 2019. Because our communities are so dispersed and our businesses are so dispersed from one another, they have very little opportunity to connect or meet with one another, except in things that are facilitated by organizations like Frontenac County. Now, business coaching, business development services, that's all provided by the Frontenac Business Services or the CFDC. So direct one-on-one support, we don't provide. What we're looking at is supporting the community. We do take requests from individual businesses and connect them to their resources, whether that's at the township or Frontenac Business Services. But our goal is actually fostering that community sense, working sort of like a small chamber of commerce might. And last year we introduced annual business awards to help celebrate those businesses that we have and encourage more businesses to feel pride in what they're doing across Frontenac County. So we have our business survey is out right now. We do this every year at the beginning of the year to ask how last year went. We create community profiles for each of the townships in the county to help us understand what the economic situation is. We engage in regular communications, weekly communications by email primarily, but we also have online and in-person networking events that we engage with the business community through business support. Business investment attraction is a new thing and likely to sort of evolve every year in the business plan as we sort of figure out what our approach is. And so in 2023, we're moving ahead with an immigrant entrepreneurship pilot program. So we're connecting with the Toronto Business Development Center in Toronto, who is in charge of the Ontario Immigrant Nominee Program that helps connect entrepreneurs from outside Canada with businesses to purchase in Canada or entrepreneurship ideas to start a business. So they're vetted entrepreneurs who have a proposal to purchase or start a business in an area, and we're going to work with them to help direct some of that interest to Frontenac County. We're working also on the countywide community improvement plan, or which is a planned CIP incentives to help remove either barriers to investment in the region or to help encourage investment in alignment with our strategic priorities. And so that will come forward after council sets its strategic priorities and the economic development charter is finalized. But that program will be something that is available to all businesses. Our existing 5 community improvement programs are mostly with the exception of North Frontenac, limited to some hamlets in the region. What we would like to do is open up opportunities across the region. We're also involved in physician recruitment as well as film and television. And most of your councils had presentations from the Kingston Film Office last year. And we're continuing to work with the Kingston Film Office on attracting and growing the film industry. And one of the opportunities this year is we're starting to add local businesses to the database for providing craft services or trades on film sets to support the film productions when they arrive. Destination management and tourism. So we approved our 5-year destination development plan in 2022, but we did not assign budget at that time to support it. And the key part of the destination plan, if you haven't read it, is in order to implement it, we really need a resource dedicated to carry the tourism piece forward. And so that was the primary recommendation in order to then follow through with outdoor recreation, culinary tourism, culture, heritage, and arts. In order to really link all those together, develop a tourism branded website for visitor attraction, we need somebody to lead that. We decided not to bring forward an opportunity for that this year because as the treasurer pointed out to you, we already have enough financial pressures on us. And so we're delaying the 5-year destination development plan implementation another year. But we're hoping to bring forward a proposal for that resource in 2024. We are still doing some tourism activities. We do have a tourism website that gets and tourism social media that does get some regular attention. We have managed to find funding to strengthen the destination brand, to figure out our appeal to visitors, so outsiders. Our brand is very strong in our community, but we hadn't figured out how to talk about our community to people from outside our community. And that's what that exercise was for. So we'll continue to sort of work with our local businesses on developing assets for that when funding comes available. We're also doing tourism asset mapping, which will feed into some of the projects identified in the destination development plan. So, and we're doing that with our partners at the Regional Tourism Organization 9. And then we're also have our Frontenac Discovery Guide. So we have every year we've done a visitor guide to the region with Frontenac News, and that's a paper copy. And so what we've done is we've taken our app that we use for trail discovery and we've expanded it to be county-wide. So we're adding attractions and businesses from across the region into the app, and we're restructuring the app so when you log into it, it feels like a visitor guide. So you can select whether you want to visit trails or communities or certain services or food and beverage, and it'll help you find, based on where you are in Frontenac County, the local attractions and businesses associated with that.
Councillor Fowler?
Yes, regarding your marketing and promotion, I think you did at one time go to some trade shows and set up a booth. Is that something that we can continue to do in the future?
We currently don't have a budget assigned to that in this business plan. If there's an opportunity, what happens is sometimes the regional tourism organizations will go to the trade shows. And so we will provide them with sometimes staff or at least materials. So they're presenting the whole region. So RTO 11, Ontario's Highlands, covers Central Frontenac and North Frontenac, as well as Lanark County, Renfrew County, Haliburton County, and Hastings County. So they'll go to a trade show and they'll promote all of the destinations there. And same with the lower half, RTO 9 Southeastern Ontario, they'll go to trade shows and they'll promote Kingston, Prince Edward County, Frontenac County, LNA, Lees and Grenville, Cornwall, as part of their approach. And so we've been partnering with them because we simply don't have the budget or manpower to human power to go to trade shows on a regular basis.
Are we getting any benefit from that program?
We get some benefit. I think the major thing is that during peak season, our accommodations are full, And so we don't need to promote our peak season, but what we don't really have is accommodations that are available year round either. So we're sort of in a bit of a piece where we need to really work on structuring the pieces around our accommodations to lengthen stays, strengthen stays, and improve our overall visitor appeal rather than just straight attraction. I think what we want to do is increase yield or from our visitors. So we want to provide our visitors with more things to do and more places to spend their money while they're here, and not focus so much on getting more, if that makes sense. That's a sort of a piece of the sustainable approach to destination development.
Councillor Ligby?
Just a quick question. You include dark skies in your promotions?
Yes, we do.
Okay. I'm a little overall, just a little underwhelmed at the attraction is phenomenal. And the interest, you know, you would think schools would be wanting to go. I guess it's a phenomenal place to go. And telescopes and so on, whatever, but I thought it would be used heavier than what it is, and we were promoting it, but I don't think we can do it to help increase that. Of course, I may run into some people who actually run this and say, well, we're doing all right now, so.
Yeah, the region's fortunate to have two popular dark sky viewing areas, and there's one on Highway 41 as well, and so there, I think we can continue to work together and also learn from the successes that we're seeing at that dark sky viewing area, because they've made some improvements to help and increase traffic and stays there at that viewing area. And so there's probably lessons to be learned for us there.
I have a question and a comment. My question is, Open Farms charged people to buy tickets.
Yeah.
Do you think that was a positive or a negative looking back? I know why you did it, but I heard negative comments that it kind of, people wouldn't go then.
It really, we heard two very different sets of comments, and one of the reasons we offered ticketing was, one, we weren't sure public health wise what the situation was going to be. Two, in 2019, our most successful event ever in terms of number of people was overwhelming for our farms. They were not able to handle the hundreds and thousands of people that they had visit their. Some locations saw almost 2,000 people visit their farm, and so by ticketing, the farmers were able to feel like they were able to manage it, who was on their site, without having a league of volunteers to support them. They were able to provide more in-depth situations and strengthen and they were still able to strengthen their customer base, and which was one of the goals. I think from a consumer standpoint, I think folks were a little unhappy that they didn't get the same free experience that they had before, or didn't have that opportunity. And so that's it's sort of a difficult thing to balance, because we're really in it to support the farms and make sure that they are interested in participating. Because the other thing is we've lost participating farms because it feels like too much to participate in.
From a family standpoint,
yeah,
the events that, not just because South Frontenac puts on that are free,
yeah,
are overwhelmed.
that's right.
Right? Because a family can afford to go. Once you start putting the cost on it, I've heard families say, well, we're not going.
Yeah.
They're not taking their kids to show them.
Yeah.
So-
And so like the farms all set their own cost, right, for their tickets, and they all recoup their tickets. In some places, the ticket value was then be like a credit towards purchase of goods, that sort of thing. So we've heard that feedback, and we're currently in the process of working with our farms. We had a meeting last week, and we have another meeting in 2 weeks with our many of our partners in local in open farms about what this year might look like. And what we're trying to do is create maybe more of an open platform for different types of experiences, different costs of experiences, free or otherwise, and maybe spread it over more than just a weekend. And so we'll be bringing that, once we've sort of vetted it with the stakeholders, we'll be bringing that back to council through the
I
committee.
just had one other point, Judy, just to add to it, and you can write this down if you want to use it. The destination guide and its app would also be beneficial once we get the short-term rental straightened out, because it might be I know everybody's out on the social world to find your Airbnbs and all of this stuff. However, it might be an incentive for some of these people to sign up to say, we're also going to be advertised in the destination app.
That's right. Well, it's totally free for businesses to be in the destination app. So it really, they can offer up incentives through the app. There's a points system that you could use within the app, but we're primarily using it as something that if you're sitting in, let's say, Arden, and you're at an Airbnb, let's say, and you want to see what's to do around the area, you open up the app and you'll suddenly see all the pins that's local and developed for you. And really that's, and as things change, the problem with a paper visitor guide is things change. Events get canceled, businesses, hours change, things like that. With the digital one, we're able to update that on the fly. And so that's what we're hoping to do with that.
Councillor Spears?
Just a quick question, because I'm new at it.
Yeah.
Do we have any on Howe or Wolf or Simcoe that are part of this open farms?
In terms of open farms, yes. So we always were challenged with the ability to include the islands in open farms because farmers were concerned about impact on ferry use. Right. And so in 2020, when we were fully virtual, we had videos that we got funding for featuring farmers from Howe and Wolf, as well as across Frontenac County. We also in 2022 and 2021. In 2021, we had the farmers market participate as a sort of satellite location for the event, and in 2022 we actually had we had interest from the Hop Yard. However, it didn't work out that time, but we did have the Kitchen Table Seat House did provide an experience, and they were very positive about their experience participating in the Open Farms event. Some of the farmers on Wolf, because they are less small scale direct to consumer, don't necessarily see the value of open farms, but we did do a tour to Wolf Island back in 2019, and I convinced one of those farmers to participate because what they don't realize is most people don't understand how the food system works. They don't understand where that corn or wheat or whatever goes and how it works. And they need that education to sort of understand how that impacts the local livelihoods here. And so it would be nice to see more what we would call traditional farmers, I guess, involved in open farms to help people who aren't familiar with the food system understand it a little better. I'm going to move to the next slide. I'm happy to take your questions about all of these programs. You know, in the future, you'll see lots of me, don't worry. So I have a whole business plan around the KMP Trail. So I'm just this is just a real quick slide to say like the real approach. We've been focusing for the last 15 years on building trail infrastructure, getting the trail in place, connecting it from top to bottom. And that's been a real focus. And what we've left behind as part of that is actually the economic development side of it. And so what this year sort of is representing for us, we're still doing some infrastructure development, but we're going to focus on building more trail economy. So connecting our communities and our businesses that are close to the trail users, letting trail users know that these businesses exist, but also working with partners to host events on the trail and other experiences that might elevate the trail, both in the, I would say primarily in the local community, because when the local community knows about our trails, then the visitors find out about our trails. And then we might be able to then leverage that and expand it to visitors further. So we're going to be working a lot on projects around the trail economy and making economic opportunities associated with the trail more viable.
Councillor Leonard.
You just made a statement there, you're opening from top to bottom. Where's your bottom?
Well, so we are so on the mainland. We start at Orsa Road, where the what is it? Where the city of Kingston is. I don't know why that just left me. But the and then what we have is the Frontenac Islands approved a study last year to look at opening up the Wolf Island Canal as a water trail as part of the KMP trail system. So once that feasibility has been completed, we can work with the Frontenac Islands on what exactly the next steps would be for establishing a trail in the islands looks like.
So let's go from Orsa Road north. What's left to do from Orsa Road north through to the trailhead?
So we are we have a fully connected trail from Orsa Road to Clarendon Station, basically just south of North Frontenac, and we are currently in negotiations and process of land acquisition for the former rail bed in North Frontenac to connect us to the top would be where the trail crosses in, where the former rail line crosses into.
He said from Orsa Road to the trailhead is what he wants to know.
Yeah,
obviously. You're not north.
Yeah,
You just wanted to know what has to be done from Orsa Road to the trailhead in Verona.
We've been adding benches and safety provisions and improving safety along the trail in this area. It's a highly especially between Orsa Road and Harrowsmith, it's very heavily used by cyclists and walkers, and so we're providing amenities to support that.
So when will it be open to ATVs and everything?
That would be a conversation for county council to consider, I suppose, if county council wills it. When the trail was developed, we did community consultation to, and I say we, I mean my predecessors did community consultation to determine what the trail would look like and where, and when it was established. And so it was determined that Verona at Craig Road would be that location. And then when we developed the trailhead in Verona, we decided that it would be important to connect all trail users to the trailhead. So we brought the access for motorized use south to Bell Rock Road. But there was consultation via survey in terms of that. And it is actually an ongoing pilot project that we'll bring forward at some point for county to council to consider further.
Well, you have did a great job on what has been done. I've traveled a lot of them, but as soon as it gets opened, as far as I'm concerned, we have to use everybody fairly. We shouldn't have to put some people out on the road and some people on the trails. I believe the trails should be the place that we put a lot of these vehicles, because we do build roads to move vehicles, move traffic. But you are doing an awesome job there.
Well, thank you. And we'll be talking lots more about trail shortly. So, and then obviously I just it's important to recognize that there is a level of administration in what we do. We're not just having fun with businesses and investment attraction and everything, we spend a lot of time coordinating with our partners, whether that's at the regional tourism organizations, at the townships, with Frontenac Business Services, in order to make sure we're aware of what's happening. We've started, based on our economic development service review, we've increased the communications to our councils, the stakeholders directly through the provision of reports. And you'll likely see me come through to your councils sometime in the spring to just update your councils on the business plan, assuming the business plan is approved here at Frontenac County. And then we do reporting through the Planning and Economic Development Advisory Committee. And then most of our projects are all supported by grants and grant funding. We spoke about the community development improvement plan strategy, so I'm not going to linger on this slide. We'll be bringing a lot more forward to council once we've got the background work completed. Director Gallivan referred to our community development reserve when he was speaking about the sustainability reserve. We created this reserve in 2018, I want to say, to ensure the transition of a number of programs that were funded through a significant grant program, the Rural Economic Development Program, the RED program. It was a large program. It brought an additional staff member to our team, and it engaged us in a number of activities across the county that we weren't engaged in before, including tourism. And so what happened was it was determined by the council at the time that we should continue with that capacity, that additional staff. So we went from 1 to 2 people. And so that by adding the community development officer full time, we needed to plan ahead by establishing a reserve so that we could ease the cost of that new role onto the levy without a significant levy impact. And then the other piece, the other reason we kept this reserve and we continue to use this reserve is while I get a lot of grants, I need money to match to those grants. Grants, as you know, don't come 100%. They did in COVID a little bit, but I don't think we're going to see a lot more of that. So we need to have some funds on hand to match for our programs. So for example, I'm actually planning to bring a report to council next week about the RED program and supporting our immigrant entrepreneur program through that. And we'll probably tap this, and that'll be confusing because you're approving a budget and our reserve is not attached yet, so I have to talk to the treasurer about that. But essentially, when we have strategic projects come up, what we want to be able to do is use this reserve to help us implement those strategic projects. And these are the projected balances based on some of the projects that like the execution of the community improvement plan, tourism website refresh, and some regular sort of marketing initiatives for investment attraction. When it comes to risks, staff capacity, so I spoke about the tourism resource. So we have a tourism plan. We don't have the capacity to implement that plan. Trail, the more trail we have, the longer we have a trail, the more things we discover that we have to do with the trail, from managing easements across the trail to strengthening policy or implementing bylaw along the trail. So that consumes more and more of my time, which is less time engaging in the business community or engaging in investment attraction. So we're doing okay. We have a contract staffer who loves working on the trail. And so they were primarily contracted for capital projects. And now we're using that staff member, that contractor, a little bit more for some of our maintenance and everyday work. And then another way that we could support staff capacity, the trail and tourism both really are seasonal. So if we increased our student staff complement from 1 to 2 or 3, we'd be able to have additional capacity in the seasons that we're the busiest, essentially. Unfortunately, we're not quite able to do that, but maybe we'll bring a proposal to you soon. Lack of broadband. I bring this every year. The lack of broadband is a major barrier. When we have no water, no wastewater, no natural gas for most of the county, not all, everywhere, broadband becomes the only thing that really we can sell ourselves on. And one of the most interesting things is, like, after COVID, is that we are now a very great place to work 2 or 3 days a week and then commute into Ottawa or Toronto 2 or 3 days a week. And so if we're able to support that sort of emerging remote workforce, then or growing remote workforce, then we will continue to see investment, at least on a residential basis, if not on a commercial basis, due to broadband. But it certainly is an issue for our commercial partners as well. Those are my 2 main risks here. Joe's going to talk a bit about this slide before so I can wet my whistle, and then I'll get into the K&P Trail after that.
Thank you, Warden. Actually, I want to give you one comment before I go through this. Richard talked about grants, getting grant funding. If you look at our document, key performance indicator document, our key performance indicator is that we get 150,000 a year in grants. We have gone far over that in the last 3 years. Well, almost 200% last year. And that is a real success. And I would say maybe it's helping pay for what we do. So I don't think Richard gets enough acknowledgement for it. Grant writing is challenging, it's time consuming, and we've been very successful every year. So kudos to Richard, and I want to point that out to you. So yeah, intangibles, so things we don't know where we're going in the next 5 years. And as I said at the outset, a lot of it's going to depend on you, on your strategic plan, and how you're going to support our revised economic development charter. And as Richard said, he's going to come back to you with a destination development plan. You're going to have to decide how much you want to be in economic development, how much we're evolving. We've evolved. When I started with the county in 2009, the manager of economic development time, Anne-Marie Young, and I was really surprised my first county council meeting. I couldn't believe the manager of economic development was managing a trail. I'd never heard of that before. But we didn't have any public works, and it was very time consuming. But we've evolved to a point now where and Richard's laid it out very clearly for you, that we're really helping businesses. We're across the region. We're working collaboratively across the region, big steps forward. So those are some of the intangibles on the economic development side. Richard will speak to you on the K&P Trail and the intangibles there in his next presentation. We can't predict the number of planning applications we're expecting. And I would also point out to you, there's the number of applications we deal with, but there's also the complexity of some of the applications that can burn a lot of time. As an example, our team worked on a proposal for a resort in Central Frontenac last year, and spent a lot of time, almost 40 hours. And at the end of the day, the applicant walked away. They just couldn't find the financing. But you don't stop doing that work. You don't stop. You try to promote that. Communal services implementation. I think, as Sonia pointed out in one of her slides, that if we get that happening, we do expect an increase in residential subdivision applications, potential resort applications, and potential rural residential applications, potential, for example, I've had conversations with North Frontenac Council where your vision has been maybe communal will work for us in the future. It doesn't have to be on the waterfront. It can be on a nice natural piece of the Canadian Shield where the communal will allow a cluster of 10 or 15 dwellings. So it's going to open all those doors for us. It's going to open the door for affordable housing. And Charbot Lake example is a really good example of potentially providing seniors accommodation. I've already talked to you about the potential appeals we may deal with, and the rule of thumb for a tribunal hearing is every day you spend at the hearing, you're preparing for 3 or 4 days. They burn, they're time burners, and knock on wood, we won't have a lot of those. And then Sonia's also explained provincial planning legislations, changes that we're dealing with. Bill 23 is the most recent example. Dmitry Kurlyovich, one of our planners, has spoken to 3 of your councils. We're speaking to Frontenac Islands Monday night. I expect there will be more changes coming forward. I'm waiting for the shoe to drop on changes to the provincial policy statement. We're going to do our best to keep up with that and continue to advise you. But this government is definitely focused on housing, and we'll do whatever it takes to move forward with that. So
Does that mean we should drag our feet on the official plan because we're going to get more opportunities?
no,
Oh,
no, you should move ahead. Your council's got a vision now. You adopted the work plan on Tuesday. So I support your planning staff on that. So any questions? I know we've given you a thorough overview, but if you have any further questions.
oh, good. Thank you.
All right, thank you. As several years ago, we realized that the KMP Trail was a large enough strategic project and had enough things happening around it on its own that it really needed its own business plan so that it would be wouldn't be lost in the larger planning and economic development business plan. So we've started to bring it forward as its own entity because it has its own intangibles. And we wanted to also make sure that it didn't overshadow some of the economic development work that we were doing outside of the trail, because our department sometimes has a reputation for being focused on the trail instead of on the business community. And while we are responsible for the trail, we do honor our commitments to the business community as well. And so I talked about shifting the focus or rebalancing from a focus on trail infrastructure development to strengthening the trail economy. That's essentially the theme of this presentation and in some of what we're doing today. I spoke in the last presentation a bit about how we want to connect the businesses and communities to the trails and how we're going to engage in a number of efforts to do so. In 2018, County Council approved these as our development principles for the KMP Trail. Develop a trail spine from the US border to Lanark County. Have high quality infrastructure. And anyone who uses our trail and then uses another trail, they never go back to that other trail after they go on our trail. Basically, it's we have the highest quality infrastructure probably in Eastern Ontario, and people come to use that infrastructure. Establish trailheads and parking, which supports the trail use. Make KMP a tourism attraction, a signature attraction to the region. So that's some of the economic development work that we're currently doing. Market, and we're starting to assign more budget towards marketing it as part of the business plan. And then seeking to build partnerships and recognition. So partnerships with our local clubs is one of the places that we do it, but we also have partnerships with Trans-Canada Trail, Ontario Trails Council, other organizations that like cycling clubs that might promote or use the infrastructure of the KMP. The other partnerships really when it comes to starting to become a trails destination is partnerships with the CRCA when it comes to the Cataraqui Trail, partnerships with Township of Central Frontenac when it comes to the Tay-Havelock Trail, partners with Renfrew, Lanark, even Renfrew and Lanark primarily, who have connecting trails that can be part of a larger trail system that we're connected to. The KMP connects to the Cataraqui Trail in Harrowsmith, which connects to the Ottawa Valley Recreational Trail in Smiths Falls. Well, not directly, but they're both in Smiths Falls, and you can get from one to the other. And then the Ottawa Valley Recreational Trail goes to Renfrew, where you can get back on the KMP and head back south. That's a 350-kilometer off-road experience, essentially. You can only do half of that, all you can do that walking or biking. You can't motorize that unless you're on a snowmobile.
They're on Cataraqui, right?
Right, on the Cataraqui. You can snowmobile on the Cataraqui. You cannot take an ATV on it. And so in terms of developing the trail spine, we've developed 70 kilometers of trail to date. We've rehabilitated 6 bridges. And as we look forward, we're going to complete phase 6 Clarendon to Wilbur, which is another 20 kilometers. It has another 5 bridges, so we're going to double our bridges here, and complete and support the Township of Frontenac Islands on the canal feasibility study with the water trail. When it comes to high quality infrastructure, we established a management plan in 2021 that has an annual maintenance plan, and we work very closely with the finance team on the asset management, which Phil had laid out earlier today as an important consideration as we go forward. So helpful for me though, too, in terms of like budget planning and understanding what's going to be ahead from a work plan standpoint. In 2023 to 2027, we're replacing the Elbow Creek Bridge. That bridge was failing, and we discovered that about a year and a half ago. We've essentially have done all of the geotechnical and required work to establish a process for replacing it, and the budget was approved for that by County Council back in, I want to say July, but might have been September. Yes.
Councillor Leckie.
Where's the Elbow Creek Bridge?
It's located between Godfrey and Titchburn on a section of the trail that is basically, it's the only, there's no like way to route around it. It's in the middle of a swamp, in the middle of, I don't want to call it nowhere, but it's one of those places. Yeah. It's a beautiful spot.
Councillor Fowler.
Just, you were speaking in just recently of like a 300-kilometer plus trip.
Yeah.
Some of the infrastructure on the KMP Trail, would it also be able to include a camping area for people who wish to do that? Or is that something that you have to rely on the private sector?
I'm so glad you brought that up. It's something that I think that I'd like to bring to council for discussion over the course of this year. I'll start with the committee for that, but one of the things that is missing along the trail is accommodations and an ability to camp. Currently in our bylaw, you're prohibited to camp along the KMP Trail, but if we want to encourage long haul situations, we want to figure out whether we could encourage either landowners adjacent to the trail to create camping opportunities, or whether we engage in that ourselves. And that's not really a budget conversation, but it is a business planning conversation that I want to have with council going forward.
Councillor Spears.
Just in reference to the Wolf Island Canal, that's all privately owned land on both sides. And apparently even under the water would be an argument as well. Where would the funds come?
Well, finding money has never been my issue, but I'm not totally sure. That would come out of the feasibility study when we're working with it. You can use, say, the Ontario Community Building Fund for that kind of work, but you can also, for example, the Tourism Relief Fund that was recently released, it was broad enough that you could do infrastructure development with it. The ICIP program, Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, has recreational space funding. So like the land acquisition usually is not covered by funding, external funding. Usually the municipality has to take that on themselves. That's why we have debentures associated with land acquisition for the KMP Trail. That was spoken about yesterday, but those would be off the top of my mind.
Joe would like to comment.
Through you, Warden. Yeah, just for clarity, I haven't had a chance to speak to the new council at Frontenac Islands. You may not be aware that the previous council approved a budget of $50,000 to start a feasibility study, like to answer some of the questions you've put forward, Councillor Spears. And I mean, I'll have to bring it back to your council to make sure you still want to do it, but it would look at some of those issues like land ownership, what the canal should be used for. Should there be land acquisition, for example, to allow for a trail system beside the canal? Those kinds of questions and community consultation. Thank you.
I referred to the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program. That was the primary funder of the Verona Trailhead redevelopment here. So we were able to use that as part of a suite of improvements to the trail to improve access and availability to the trail. This parking area, since we've completed it, it's full almost every weekend, and it is a highly used access point in one of our communities. And so we won't be able to make all of our parking facilities to this quality, but this former brownfield improvement is a goal. And if we can find the funding or connections to make infrastructure like this work, that's the standard we should set for ourselves.
I know that motorized vehicles aren't allowed on it in Harrismith either. However, I know that you have on there that you'd like to do parking improvements in Harrismith. Is that good? Are you going to connect with our Public Works Director? Because if we're going to create a parking lot there, maybe it would be advantageous to both.
Yeah, we should coordinate both with the CRCA and South Frontenac Township about looking at that. This is a project that, again, most of these projects here, Charlotte Lake, North Frontenac Trailheads, the Godfrey parking improvements, Ball Road parking, they're placeholders, assuming I find funding to pursue them or partners to pursue them with. I don't have them. We have them in the asset management plan, but we don't necessarily have the capital dollars to fulfill them.
So on that note, though, is there demand at Ball Road when you're creating it at Godfrey?
Yeah, so Ball Road is a small parking area, so it's for 2, maybe 3 cars, and it was part of an easement process that we went through with a landowner who wanted to create a lot and cross over. So we were able to sort of essentially that's like a bulldozing in placing some fill, where Godfrey, where it's quite busy and there's high demand for parking there as well. It's a little more expensive to pursue, and so we see the demand for it. The reason we see demand in Harrowsmith, we see that people are parking along the trail on the other side of the road, so they're parking on the grass. And these are folks without trailers. These are cycling groups that are coming out to park. So if they had trailers as well, it would be even larger parking requirements there. So as we go sort of further north, we have to kind of consider, look at where people are accessing the trail. On Ball Road, there was enough complaints about cars parked, and it was where the trail crosses Ball Road, the sight lines are terrible. And so we were able to take advantage of this easement process to establish access to the trail there, but we haven't developed it yet. And if we have some additional money at the end of the year in our capital budget, and we can take a look at it.
Because there is a nice parking spot too at White Lake or.
That's right. And this is really like, the challenge with trail development and trail management is you have to think about every single user kind and the way they approach it. So a lot of the hikers on the trail will come out and they'll do 5 or 10 kilometers a day. They'll park and walk back, or they'll park a car at one end and like at, let's say, Ball Road, and then park in Titchburn. And then walk that, and then come back and pick up their other car and go. Well, we've run into cyclists and hikers from Ottawa who come down and do that over the course of like every Thursday for the summer as their like summer activity. And so it's but for the motorized users, they need larger parking areas, but they don't need them as consistently across the area. And so we can get away with smaller parking in some of these locations.
Councillor Fowler.
Yes, I'm looking at this particular book, which is very informative. County Frontenac KMP Trail Management.
That's
Plan.
that's the management plan. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this drawing in here and it shows a sort of like a section of the trail sectioned out. And my question is how much property do you need to have the trail to be able to accommodate people, hikers, bicyclists, ATVs, say in the winter time, snowmobiles and snowshoes and things like that?
So yeah, the standard that's laid out in the book in front of you is a 3 meter width, like a traveled portion of the trail with a
30 meter?
3
meter.
and with a half meter on each side for shoulder. But then if we want to add benches or other infrastructure, we need additional few meters on one side or the other. So typically we've stuck to what the railway corridor has been further south, which was a 66-foot corridor. And so that creates enough room for a vegetative buffer between adjacent uses as well and the trail. So even when you're traveling through, say, the village of Verona, you actually feel like you're in the country, like you feel like you're out on a remote trail. And so by having that buffer, and we can protect that area. And some people would say that it's conservation use. It also assists if we have issues with flooding, that sort of thing. So our approach has always been to acquire a 66-foot right of way. And that's what we've done throughout. The right of way in North Frontenac, actually, from fence line to fence line is 100 feet, but we're not interested in expanding to that width. And so like the former railway had a larger right of way, a wider right of way up further north.
I've seen the trail, like when I come down 38, I'm always looking at the trail. And I noticed there's certain areas where the trail is actually very narrow or it runs alongside of the road. Why would you go around and use these different routes? Are there other problems there?
Sometimes there's people's homes that were built on the former rail bed that we have to get around. So there are a number of either natural or human-made obstructions that we have to work around to establish or reestablish the trail, because after the railway, in a lot of these locations, after the railway disappeared, so did the use of the rail corridor as a transportation corridor. So that typically when we leave what the railway used, it's often because of there's a house built or some other maybe it's flooded in a way that is way too expensive for us to bother working through. There can be a number of reasons why we would divert from the former rail bed.
Are there occasions when you actually go below the 66-foot right of way?
There are, yes.
Just another example, I don't want to take up too much time with this right now, but there's other places north up in our area where there's a natural rock cut where the original railway line went. Would you have to go beyond that as far as your 66 width at all, or can you stay within that area of the rock cut?
So we're always open to negotiation with the landowners that we're looking at in terms of if we're acquiring more land, like where we might propose something, but as the county, we might not be as familiar with the land, and we're hoping the landowner comes back with a more reasonable proposal. And so long as we can make it work, we can make it work, but we need to have a conversation to achieve that.
And that gets to my last question, is that are we going to be, especially in my area where there are some people that are, say, not happy with the situation, are we going to be able, are you, the county, going to be able to establish communications with these people? Or are you going to make every effort to do that so that maybe we can work something out?
We have made every effort to reach the landowners that we're connected with.
And those really though, Councillor Fowler, that isn't budget. I mean, we're in budget. All of that stuff's gonna come to council when any of those things get talked about or decided.
Yeah, I understand that. And I just wanted to.
Yeah, I know.
Get this out on the floor so people know what's happening and what we're, people be on top of it and have at least some idea what we're trying to do here.
And I hope you're watching the road too, though, not just the trail when you're driving from the north, but anyway.
I was driving today. I didn't see very much of the trail, but yesterday I had a good view of it. Thanks for doing.
Through you, Mr. Ward. Oh, sorry, I'll let
Councillor
One
Lightsey.
last- Thank you. One last question. And we've already had this discussion, the bridge crossing the Mississippi River in Snow Road. That's a new bridge, new deck, snowmobiles, carbide tracks could be causing or may cause damage to that bridge deck. And I know putting a $500,000 or $1 million bridge in there is not in the budget. Can we then at least make some agreement or think about making some agreement where we can replace the bridge deck, like the actual driving surface every so many years, or cost sharing that or something?
Through you, Mr. Warden, we're planning to meet with the township staff in early March to have these discussions. And we may be able to work with the local snowmobile club on a solution that would work there too. So we're going to explore all the options in March or start that conversation.
Just, if I may, there are other organizations that can help in that way. And the unique thing about the Mississippi River, where the old highway bridge was, there's two fairly good abutments on either side of the river, which would easily accommodate a trail type bridge. And I know, I'm familiar with other organizations that can help with grant money and things like that. I think that's a doable thing for the future.
And I think Richard just planted the seed that he's coming to your council for money.
Yeah, I'll put it in if you'll pay for it.
I just have one last comment. I didn't hear that at all.
I heard it. I heard it pretty clear.
Well,
Well, your council or your public works. Either one, you're gonna pay then.
It all ends up in the same boat. I didn't hear that at all.
There are other organizations that can help in that regard. And so I'd just like to put that out there that there could be other funding, because I know one organization that's done a lot of bridges for other organizations.
please feel free to send that information my way.
Okay. Carry on.
Great. So through you, Mr. Warden, I had promised the manager of human resources I'd be done in an hour and 5 minutes over that commitment. So I'm going to kind of keep moving. But this is an important piece of that, moving from development to economic development piece, is the marketing of the trail as a tourism attraction. Last year we used the Frontenac Discovery Guide, the app, as a way to kind of connect businesses to the trail and trail users, to help trail users find things. And we're taking that and expanding it into a full-on visitor guide using geolocation. But the trails are going to be updated in the new app, and we'll be able to. And this app will be promoted to all the trail users going forward. We also do content marketing, so that's blog posts or social media posts, usually in partnership with Ontario by Bike, who does they put out a cycling guide. Ontario's Highlands, they do marketing for cycling, snowmobiling, and ATVs. Waterfront Trail, Regional Tourism 9. Almost always we work on partnership marketing in terms of this. And the KMP Trail also has a social media presence. So we're going to be updating our online maps to be more user-friendly, our paper maps as well. We're going to increase marketing over the course of the next 4 to 5 years, again, probably with tourism. And the destination plan essentially lays out trails and outdoor recreation as a core component of how we want people to navigate our region. And so when we fulfill the destination development plan, we'll be able to better position the trail as a tourism attraction in the region as we go forward. And another piece in terms of that is that we're improving the amenities on the trail. So to make it a tourism attraction, you have to have the amenities that tourists want. And so we've added benches along the trail, primarily in areas where foot traffic is the greatest. So for walkers and hikers, and primarily in areas near parking, so that would support users who might get to the trail in a car and maybe can walk a kilometer or 500 meters one way and walk a kilometer or 500 meters the other way, so that it's more accessible to the demographics of Frontenac County, I would say. The Verona ATV Club has put up 2 trailside toilets for the last 2 years. We're going to talk to them about expanding that program. It's had a very popular thing. We're not looking at permanent structures. The service structures that have been put in by a local business have been really helpful. And then we have pay-to-play signage for businesses. So every spring we put up new signage. It's a cost recovery program, so it's very affordable to get these blue signs as demonstrated here, but also at all of our intersections, we have maps of the section of trail you're about to do, and we put the businesses that pay to play on those, so you can find your accommodations, your food providers, that sort of thing. So we're going to continue to expand on that as we go forward in terms of improving the amenities available to visitors. And then we're seeing investment on the trail that's coming. So other people are recognizing the opportunity. Kick and Push Brewery was supposed to have a snowshoe race last weekend, but because it was minus 35 plus wind chill when they were supposed to do it, they canceled. But there's accommodation in Clarendon Station, Cafe Belong in Charlotte Lake. But we're also seeing, I know of at least 3 events from outside providers that are using the trail as their focus this year, which is more than we've seen in the last few years. Gravel cycling, a couple of gravel cycling races and a running race. And then to build on that, we're going to work on focusing some of our immigrant entrepreneur attraction to developing supportive businesses, food and beverage businesses along the trail, or purchase of businesses that are for sale along the trail. There's a few, and building a business case. We're talking to St. Lawrence College about working with their Enactus team to build business cases for why trailside businesses should be developed. And then we're also going to look at policies that would incentivize trailside development. So can we create, just by having a policy, remove barriers to maybe somebody who has property adjacent to the trail to create a small business, whether it's a small accommodation of some sort, or like a farm stand of some sort, or something like that, that could be along the trail. There were obviously, in terms of both accommodations and food, there's other authorities that have to be checked for that. So we're going to spend a little bit of time every month evaluating policies and ideas and talking to our partners and seeing if we can bring a package forward that might make it to either the townships or the county or both, to encourage trailside development. And then I mentioned our partners before, so I'll just kind of quickly mention we work with Trans-Canada Trail, Verona District ATV Club, and the 2 snowmobile clubs on a regular basis. And they are always keen to find better ways for us to connect and communicate. One of the things that isn't really like user management wasn't in what the council provided me, but it's a thing that has to happen on a regular basis. We approved a bylaw last year, so this year we'll be doing some education and beginning enforcement efforts on the bylaw. We'll be improving our signage to indicate that there is a bylaw and let people know what is permitted where on the trail, as well as social media messaging around that. And then we have our trail counter program that tells us like how many people are on the trail at a given time. And we'll be doing some surveys to gather on the ground data about what people do. Do they spend money? What's their economic activity? And then we're also going to be, we're investigating capturing mobile data. So capturing information about mobile users, where they're from, if they're on the trail, so are they visitors, are they locals, that sort of thing, so that we can get a better sense of like what that economic opportunity is for who's on our trail when they're out here. So this is our counters. So we have 10 counters between Orsa Road and Clarendon Station at the moment, relatively evenly spaced. In some of the hamlets, we have them closer together. And so you can see that in 2022, we had almost 170,000 counts on the trail. And so a count might count somebody 2 to 8 times because depending on if you're on a bicycle, you might go through a counter 4 times in one direction and then 4 times in another, like 4 different counters, and then 4 counters back on the way back. So, but it shows that there's lots of use across the trail network when we see that many counts. So it's an indicator of success. It's not an indicator of how many users there are exactly. The division is pretty equal between pedestrian, cyclists, and motorized, except in the winter, where motorized makes up a significant use. And in 2021, January, we saw almost 12,000 motorized counts, and that was over 2 weekends. So this year in Charlotte Lake, we've seen 300 to 600 snowmobiles on the weekend go through one counter. So there's a lot of use in the short period of time that user group can use the trail. There's a lot of use that happens in a very intense way. And what you see in the summer months from the summer uses where it's more shared is a little bit more distributed throughout the day, more distributed throughout the week as well. So the weekends are less busy, but they're still much busier than the weekdays as we get forward.
I know the restaurants in Verona are quite pleased with it when it's open. Yikes. Councillor Lichty.
Given any thought how you're going to handle wildlife when you get north of 509, like the predator side, like the coyotes and the bears?
Yeah, so it's I have some updates to the management plan to be made, but like primarily trail users are recommended to know that they're going out into remote locations and that they should be aware that there are other animals out there, I suppose, and yeah, it's certainly north of the 509 is very increased, but we certainly north of 7 we see a lot, but even at the Elbow Creek Bridge, there's quite a bit of wildlife that's spotted. So just to try and finish up here, our performance indicators to this stage have been user growth, which is 5% annual growth. We're going to go by counts, not by users, because that's the best and easiest measure we have. So 2021, 164,000 approximately, 2022, 170,000 approximately. Events, that's really big for me, like that shows economic activity. So the more events that are hosted on or near the trail are important. And then we're measuring completion to Lanark County. And so we're in a little bit of a lull period, but hope to make some distance this year. I got a number of risks. Climate change. So really briefly, dust is a huge thing that's been emerging in the last couple of years. It was always there. As use kind of goes up, we see more dust from the motorized users, but also what's happening is we're getting really heavy rains that just hit the trail and go away, and they don't soak into the trail. They don't soak into the gravel surface. So the gravel surface becomes dusty again almost the next day. And so when instead of having a couple days of rain to kind of soak in and take care of the dust for a little while, we're seeing, especially in say May, June and July, a lot of dust that's difficult and expensive to manage. I don't know if at your township councils you get briefed on what the expense. We can't afford the kind of dust management that is used on roads. However, the Verona District ATV Club late last year developed a system that would where they would try to manage the dust themselves. We would provide a small amount of money to support them, but as part of their regular patrols, where they travel the length of the trail, they would attach a dust management system to the rear of their trailer, and they would put calcium chloride down and then water down on the way back through. So they would do that themselves. And I really like that, because my approach has always been that our partners should, who have impacts, should manage their own impacts on the trail. So like if dust is created by motorized users, dust should be solved by motorized users. And so we'll evaluate that this year and let you know if we're going to be on the hook for a lot more dust management going forward. User disregard and bylaw implementation. So we have some issues with people who don't follow the posted speed limits on the trail. We have some issues with people just littering or being disrespectful to each other on the trail. We now have a trail bylaw. We don't have any more enforcement efforts in place. My biggest concern with this is that we might be able to enforce or send somebody a bill for a fine through working with our partners. But I'd like to make it easier for them to pay that fine by taking digital payments. And so that's something that we need to work on with our treasury department. Liability.
Councillor Leonard.
Yeah.
All right, you're talking about dust control. Yes,
Yeah.
Verona ATV Club does do that. No, I think that's very important that these clubs should be helping out. I don't think they should have a free ride.
Yeah.
And the same with we already spoke about the car bites and everything else cutting across, and they do cut the roads and they cut everything. They should also be approached. I don't know how you do it. I don't know if these clubs yearly can give money back other than try to do something on their own. If they can do it on their own, I think it's great if they're doing a property, but if they're only half-assed doing the job.
The clubs used to have a lot more money at the local level. Now it's managed at the district level. So from a snowmobile standpoint, so it require me to develop a better understanding of the district system and how the OFSC works with that and what their policies are in other locations and if it's been done. So I'll keep that in mind. I'm so close to being done here, but I do want to tell you that liability continues to be an important issue. So we're working on improving safety, managing risk where we can through infrastructure development. What we'd like to do is develop a training program and volunteer program to ensure that any volunteers who are out on the trail, whether it's in a club capacity or not, understand their responsibilities through their agreements with the county in terms of managing liability. So if they're saying they're going to patrol and look for potholes on our behalf, then we need to make sure that they understand what it means if they don't report those potholes and that sort of thing, because they become liable for that. Communication coordination with first responders. So I need to spend some time this year connecting more with first responder networks, because I hear about incidents along the trail, either through receiving a lawsuit or third hand from someone else. And so I'd like to actually know about incidents that happen on the trail when they happen or shortly after they happen, so that we're able to understand what happened at that time. Because if we find out many months later that something happened, the conditions may have changed, and we may have already improved that issue and not evaluated it and not realized that it was a hazard or caused an issue at that time. So
If you find out months later, I'm sure the story changed too.
yeah, that can happen too, I suppose. And then I mentioned capacity before, so in the other business plan, so I'll just skip through to any last questions about the KMP trail before I step away.
I just got one little statement. When I speak to people up my way regarding the trail, I think a lot of the landowners, they would like to have fair value for their property. They would like to have deeded access to their property, especially if their property is bisected by the trail. Also, they would like to have more communication. And I also think that we should take some time to get the rest of the councilors here up to date as to what has happened, how we communicated with the individuals that are landowners along the trail, so that the rest of council have a good idea of what's going on. It's just something I think we should do, and I think that, you know, maybe delaying this process a little bit would help.
Okay. No other, that wasn't really a question, I guess, but Councillor Leonard has a question.
No, I just got a comment. I think you're doing a great job, you and your group, and keep up the good work.
I do want to comment though, for not asking for any money, it was 87 minutes.
Did you
I think you held the record for presentation.
did you stop for any
I stopped,
questions?
I took the break, I did this. It's still you.
That was the fault of all the questioners, not Richard.
Anyway, very good, Richard. The time says 11:52. Are we wanting to do human resources or are we wanting to quit?
5 minutes, 7 minutes, 8.
You want to keep going? Want to keep going? Okay, then we will keep going.
I'm sure there won't be any questions because I'm not asking for anything, and lunch is after this. So almost good afternoon, Morden, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Human Resources Business Plan for 23 through 27. I'm going to start out with just a quick review, an internal scan of the volume of work. So we continue to have a fair bit of labor relations activity, and you'll see on the Word document of the Human Resources Business Plan from pages 9 through 16, you'll see all the detail of that activity, but I will highlight some throughout the presentation. We have the continued expansion of the paramedic services that Gail has spoken to, and the 4 hours of care that Susan spoke to, all requiring additional staffing. And so I won't spend more time there. We continue to focus on attendance and abilities management, and I'll point out a couple of focus areas as I go through. And as well, we focus on advancing the leadership talent within the county, including succession planning and management. We may potentially have some key positions coming up for retirement that will require planning and making sure that we are prepared to have backfills for those types of positions. And finance mentioned about the Human Resources Information System Star Garden and the payroll implementation, and HR as well implemented the recruitment module recently. So we will also be continuing to focus on the implementation throughout 2023 of other modules so that we can be using the system to the fullest. Externally, we know that there's an increased level of complexity involved in recruiting qualified talent these days, mainly due to the health human resources crisis, but also the changes in the labor market, everything from the emergence of remote and flexible working arrangements, And it's really a difference in candidate expectations. And it's really an employees market. So we're competing, we talked the other day about we're competing against other healthcare organizations who are offering large signing bonuses, and people are definitely moving around. So for 2023 business plan updates, we will continue to focus on building our leadership talent within the county through our succession management and individual development plans for leaders, as well as focusing on education and training that is focused on the skill gaps. We will continue our journey with civility in the workplace, and we have been on this journey since, I guess, 2018. And it's very important to all of us and also the employees of the county that we treat each other with respect, integrity, and professionalism, and that we also treat our, of course, clients, our patients, and our residents with that same civility. And last year, we began our journey into equity, diversity, and inclusion, and we will continue working through that to educate employees and leaders on the importance of making sure people have the equal opportunities within the county, and also that we are an inclusive environment. I've already mentioned that there are potential key position retirements coming up in 2022. 2% of the staff were eligible to retire with a full pension. In 2023, 4%, and by 2026, 9% will be eligible to retire with a full pension. We continue to have a high activity in grievance and labor relations activity, and as you're aware, all three bargaining units are continue to be open tables.
Councillor Lichty.
Those potential retirement numbers, are they cumulative? Like you have 2%, you have another 4, so that's 6%, and then another 9, that's 15?
No, so that's right.
So
In
the next 3
2022, there were
years.
2, and then, and yes, exactly. By
So you'd be
2026,
9%.
9%. Now, we know that those numbers are fluid. They could change depending on the workforce mix.
Okay.
So 15% total by the 9 years or whatever, according to that.
Hang on, is that what you know?
No,
2,
9%.
4, and 9.
But that 2%, if they don't retire, that would still be in the 4%.
So it's 9%.
It's hard, yeah, it could
So
be cumulative
essentially-
if they don't retire the year before.
Essentially 9% of your total workforce could be up for leaving or for pension and gone somewhere else, or double dipping, whatever. That might be,
Councillor Spears.
You mentioned the high grievance management. Is it evenly divided, or is it heavier in one sector or the other?
I'm going to be addressing that. It is not evenly divided though. Okay. And then with investigations, you'll see the numbers in a couple of minutes, but we really have focused on one, doing them in-house instead of the many that we used to have to outsource. And also we're focused on resolving conflict and hopefully before they become an investigation. So this slide will show you the difference in, this is a temp disability, chronic, and COVID numbers for our sick. So in 2021, you can see the total sick hours, 42.7, and in 2022, that increased to 46.3, but you can see the difference in the shifts. So in chronic absenteeism, which could be anything such as chronic migraines to disability such as multiple sclerosis, you can see how the chronic disability numbers went up. And in the temporary disability, so that might be whether it's a mental health disability, temporary disability, or somebody broke a leg, you can see how those numbers came way down. And then with COVID, there was a significant shift again. We know that in 2022, a lot of the mandates were relaxed, which of course then people were getting out and COVID seemed to be hitting us a little harder. So the purpose of these slides is to show you that in these 3 areas, these sick hours have not been included in our employee attendance awareness program. So while we still do our best to manage these areas. They are more difficult to manage than your regular sick time hours. Okay, and here are some statistics. In 2021, we filled 86% of the 628 postings that we had for competitions. And in 2022, 82% of the 456. Our internal rate was 68% and 60% in 2022. And our turnover rate did increase from 12.8 to 15 in 2022. And that's mainly due to, we had in 2021, we hired a lot of temporary positions to assist with the COVID, the pandemic, in particular at our long-term care home. And we also saw people maybe shifting their careers that no longer wanted to be in healthcare, or different reasons for leaving. Okay. We conducted about the same number. This is HR participating or leading interviews, about the same number in 2021 and 22, just under 300.
Councillor Spears?
Just looking at my hard copy, it had involuntary turnover rate.
Yes, thank you for pointing that out. I saw that error the other day. So this is turnover overall. We're not that bad. We don't take that many people away. And then we conducted monthly virtual orientations, which seem to have been working well. We shifted from having everybody in before the pandemic for the orientation to everybody logging on and various leaders taking them through an orientation to their department and to the county. And job fairs were virtual. We do have an in-person job fair coming up this month finally, so we're excited about that. Occupational health visits, fairly steady through this is in-person occupational health visits. In 21 and 22, we had 174 workplace incidents in 2021, and that dropped to 116 in 2022. And we had about the same number of lost time claims. Back.
Councillor.
You might have corrected this already. On the hard copy, it says 1,633.
You're right.
Okay.
That was shifts, and this is just the number of claims.
Thank you.
In the Word document, you will see the detail of that breakdown in the occupational health statistics.
You just had me a little scared. That's all.
Yeah, I know. It scared me when I saw it the other day too. So for recruitment activity, for the new counselors in particular, there's been from 2015, this graph starts at 2018, but from 2015 until 2021, we had seen a 385% increase in competitions in activity. Big number. And between 21 and 22, there was about a 27% decrease in the number of competitions, which of course was much more manageable for the HR team. The peak in 2021, again, largely due to additional temporary positions being added to assist with the pandemic. Okay. We continued our leadership development virtually in 21 and 22. Having many of the leaders go through several workshops. One of the key focus was the implementation of the 360-degree feedback survey, which we've now had 31 leaders participate in, where they obtained feedback from their direct supervisor, from their coworkers, from direct reports, and potentially other people. And then they were received feedback, one-on-one feedback sessions with a trained feedback coach. And then they're able to develop goals for future as to where they want to focus their efforts in developing their leadership skill. We also had 15 leaders attend project management, and those were selected people to attend based on the type of work that they perform. Our succession management efforts, we meet, the senior leadership team meets every 6 months to review the potential successors. We currently have 21 people identified for various positions, and we have individual development plans with each one of those potential successors to make sure that any skill gaps are being developed to help get them ready.
Councillor Lichty?
On that particular issue, so you mentor an employee, you get them ready when that job is open. Do they have to apply for it or are they slotted into that job?
They would apply, and it is communicated to them that while this is a focused development plan for them, it's not a guarantee of them getting that position. Okay. Process improvement, we've already talked about the human resources information system, which was, we'd applied for municipal modernization funding and were successful in that last year. And then we RFP sourced and are now implementing the system. And that was in conjunction with finance and also assistance from information services. In 21 and 22, 320 new hires were trained in civility in the workplace. And as I mentioned, we started providing education on equity, diversity, and inclusion. And 26 leaders attended additional training in evolving the workplace in equity, diversity, inclusion. And for compensation, we know that once we do close the QP 2290 bargaining table, that there will be pay equity adjustments required for maintenance. And we also completed the council and non-union remuneration studies and implemented the changes. With grievance, I'll just highlight that, and this may answer your question, Ms. Spears. 100% of the grievances were either resolved, withdrawn, or abandoned with the 2 QP unions, and that number is about 50% with OPSU. And you can also see the difference in grievances 21 to 22. The number of grievances went up, and several of those were related to health and safety regarding pandemics. So whether it was the right mask or that kind of thing. And so we will have many of those moving to mediation in 23 and 24. And as we know, all 3 bargaining tables are currently open and hoping to wrap those up before too long. Some considerations for 2023. We will be returning to the building following renovations. I think we're all going to be excited about that. We're going to continue with virtual interviews wherever possible because that also reduces travel and expense time. And I think our health and safety initiatives are going to be more geared toward mental health strategies and supports. And as I mentioned, we'll be moving to mediation to resolve some OPSU grievances. And then finally, just want to remind council of the human resources organizational structure. In 22, council approved the temporary human resources generalist to be permanent and also approved the temporary HR coordinator position to continue through the end of December 2024. And we will continue our focus on absenteeism reduction and management. And we want to make sure that we continue to provide support to our managers and directors in labor and employee relations, as they are obviously very busy in managing their operations and strategic directions. So to summarize the organization structure, right now we have 3 permanent HR staff. The 4th is the occupational health nurse. And while she is part of the HR department, she does not perform human resources functions. She's focused on occupational health and infection prevention and control. And so without the temporary HR coordinator, we would have 1 HR person to every 157 employees. With that temporary HR coordinator, that number is much more manageable at 1 HR person to every 118 employees. The municipal average is 1 to 111, and our peer comparators has 1 HR person to every 116 employees. The risks, I think we've already, a few presentations have focused on this, so I won't spend more time, but it's really the finding qualified talent. We do have a talent management strategy in place that we update regularly, and we have initiated several, I guess, initiatives to make sure that we're doing everything we can to find the qualified talent. Under caution, I believe Phil may have spoken to this as well. So we do have presumptive legislation with WSIB, and that seems to be really with the presumptive legislation, if there's been a workplace mental health trauma, it's usually approved. And that, and we're seeing increases in WSIB cases. And just under advisement, as mentioned, when we close the QP 22 bargaining table, we will have some pay equity maintenance for that group. Any questions?
I guess I have a question for you. Is there any way that we manage double or triple dipping in the work time? Because that would, part-timers, obviously, that would contribute to sick time or time off. I mean, there could be lots of PSWs, lots of paramedics who are working 3 different jobs and could actually be working 70 hours a week or whatever. And there's no way to track that. And I find that very odd when municipal snowplow operators have to have a CVOR, so we don't go over times, we don't go over these things, and there's no regulation or no management, and maybe they don't want to because we want part-timers to work, of managing or tracking that. I find that odd.
For the sick time, Gordon?
Well, maybe not even the sick time, but potentially somebody could work 30 or whatever, 40 hours a week somewhere, and then come in and work at ours. It could be a workplace safety issue for starters and a health issue. So, but I just find it odd that there is no regulation and no tracking of that.
I agree. I understand what you're saying. So they could be working full-time somewhere else, work for us casual or part-time. Meanwhile, they're well beyond the number of hours they really should be working.
And functioning maybe properly and putting not only our organization at risk, but putting the claims at risk, putting a higher level of off time. So I just find it odd that there's no regulation. Councillor Spear.
Just because of my background in healthcare in particular, and that comes back to the employer being very frugal in having full-time positions. So many healthcare workers have to cobble together multiple employers in order to make a living. So while the employer may look and see, well, we don't have them included in sick time and the vacation time payout is very low in comparison, they aren't accumulating their seniority at a proper rate and pension, et cetera. It comes back to the employer not coming up with a full-time position, that you'll end up with an employee that actually is working 2 and 3 jobs. There's very few that willingly want to work 60 hours a week, but that's the reality if they're trying to get through things. And that includes their medical benefits and everything else. And I do have a concern that way, especially when it comes to workman's comp, because they may be injured at another site, but they have coverage at one site. Next thing you know, you're lost for that employee because they're injured, or worse, you run into that injured employee at your site, not knowing that they're actually getting workman's comp. And that has occurred personally with me when I've tripped over top of staff that were off and working at another employer.
And I guess that's just my point. I just find it odd that there is no tracking system that would at least follow it. I understand why they're doing it. People are trying to get as much work, make as much money. I understand that. But I just find that when you're a full-time employee or a public entity, you have to account for everything you do. I have to on my school bus, right? Everybody has to account for their time. And yet, in this whole situation, nobody does, which seems really odd. I know that I had a conversation with the paramedic chief, and she says, well, they try to look if they work 12 hours the night before and come in for the morning shift. They've kind of frown on it. But I think it's a real workplace safety issue too.
I mean, within our own workplace, there are legislative issues with housing.
Yeah. Anyway, I think that's a caution to me. But if there's no regulation around it, it's not much of a caution. Yes, Councillor Saunders.
Thanks for your presentation. This, just an estimate. You're currently involved in labor negotiations. And you mentioned workload a couple of times. How much of our time or your organization's time is spent on the negotiation aspect? And a real shot in the dark, when do you suspect that workload might really, I guess, reduce or be released?
You're off the mic there.
Sorry. That's an interesting question. So over the last year, I would say that probably 20% of my time has been on those activities between research and actual negotiations and prep, et cetera. I mean, we hope that that changes fairly soon until the next round of negotiations comes up, but we can't say for sure when those are resolved, but we are hopeful they will resolve sooner than later.
No other questions or comments? Okay.
Thank you.
Mark. Are you looking at me? So that is the end of the presentations. I assume then we're going to do lunch and then we're going to talk about the ones that you want to add in or not add in or whatever to go forward. Fair enough? Okay, we will break for lunch then.
Grab two, Dad. Got two of these things. What did you rather?
Okay, we are ready. Okay, so now we're going to go through the external, wasn't it? Anyway, somebody want to lead us off? Go ahead, Alex.
All right, so at this point, I've got a graph up. What I was thinking we would do, we'll go through the project proposals because we didn't really go yes or no throughout them. So as we're running down, yes, no, just indicatively, if I switch the, say I switch something to no, total goes down, graph goes down. So I think we run through those first, after which we'll go to the external requests. If there's anything that needs to be voted in, we'll vote those in. And then we'll double back to the levy graph, see where we're at, make any final tweaks from there. Does that sound like a?
So we're going to go down this side, the items, one at a time, and
Yes.
just say, leave it in or whatever.
Correct.
Right, and then we'll look at if any other requests that you want to entertain after you see that last number. Sorry. So.
So the year over year increase, that was status quo, that was what it was. Continuance of the 0.65 dedicated levy for paramedics. No. So
It was okay.
okay, so from there was the service level.
Right. And I know that Councillor Lichty would like to have Gail explain what $1.5 million will get him or what 800,000 will get him. On those three proposals, he just wants to be clear that what service we're getting. Is that fair enough?
Yes, because yesterday we were talking about 1, 2, 3.
Right. We just want to know what we're getting for that value.
All right, let me just pull up my presentation from yesterday so I can refer
Do you have
to
to
it.
go through all 400 slides to get there? No.
Yeah,
Let me start
you don't
from
want
the
to see, you don't
top.
want to see them all again?
First, you're going to go through Fairmount Home proposal, then you're going to go through, no. Yes.
Maybe we should do the easy one first, which is the 5-hour shift in dietary. The least costly.
I was going to say, Fran, you're not that loud when you're here. Boy, that microphone's got you loud. We can definitely hear you. Did you want a minute or you have?
No,
it?
I've got it in front of me. So we had, there was the three options that were presented.
Is there any way to put them up though, or is that too hard? I don't want to confuse things because I'm not electronically
And
illiterate.
the particular slide with the numbers on it was messed up anyways. But we can look at it.
As far as I'm concerned, I just went through options 1, 2, 3.
Sure.
Okay.
So option one was putting 2 new vehicles with 8 full-time paramedics in the city of Kingston and changing nothing on Wolf Island. So that would be budgeting for the 8 hours of staffed time and the 16 hours of standby on Wolf Island, which is what we currently have budgeted for, but have not successfully staffed for the last couple of years.
So that's essentially the status quo on the island.
On the island.
Yes.
The second option was,
So just before you leave that though, that's 2 manned vehicles, a person. I don't know how to be politically correct on that, but it's 2 new shifts.
correct.
2 new 12-hour?
2 new 12-hour shifts in the city of Kingston
Right,
and
Okay.
not changing anything on Wolf Island.
right. That was option 1.
That was option one.
Okay.
And that annual cost was 1,384,000.
Right.
The second option was to have the 2 new vehicles in the city of Kingston, so 8 paramedics, no different than option 1. And it was to increase the staffing on Wolf Island. So rather than the 8 hours of paid and 16 hours of standby, make it a 12-hour paid shift on the island, which would essentially be providing Wolf Island with the same staffing level as North Frontenac. And that comes at 1.5 million.
Right.
5,
5.2.
1.52.
And the third option,
And the third option was to bring 1 new vehicle, 1 new shift into the city of Kingston, and then to reallocate the hours that are budgeted for Wolf Island, so the 8 hours a day, bring them over into the city and add 4 hours so that you now have your 2 12-hour vehicles in Kingston, but you have no vehicles on Wolf Island. And that was 998,000.
would be really crazy. Technically, we do, I think, in our master plan, don't we?
Well, according to our master plan, we do. Just a point of clarification. We generally move them in, but then the vote happens at the end, if you know what I mean. So, so you can back and forth and whatever, but to see the cumulative total, we go through each one and say yes or no, and then have one vote at the end. And at that point, you can do yeses and no's back and forth, but the one vote at the end is the one that counts. This is essentially a straw vote.
This is a straw vote. Who wants option? I don't care, go to the top. Option 1 was the top one. Who wants option 2? And who wants option 3 in?
I do.
Okay, so if we're gonna add the one in where the resources are all in Kingston, but we still get 2 vehicles, 2 ships. Okay, Al? Okay, what's the next discussion point? What is it? The dietary 5-hour shift. Do we have a comment? Fran does.
Yes, I think we should add that
Oh, okay,
or keep it in there, shall we say?
okay. Any other comments? Just taking a straw vote. Who supports leaving that in?
Yes.
Okay, that's in. Cybersecurity training. Cyber county and cybersecurity training.
I think we should keep that in because it can cost us an awful lot of money if we do something that jeopardizes our security.
Well, it probably won't totally prevent it anyway, but yes, at least we should try to prepare for it. Is everybody in favor of leaving that in? Raise your hand. That's
Yes.
it. The K&P land purchase debenture? Is that that's a new added then?
So just to clarify, the direction was to bring this forward in the budget process to council to reaffirm their commitment to purchasing the land. So just, this is just a quick yes or no, we're building this in the budget or we're not.
Okay. Is that in the budget?
Just want to make,
Yes.
Go ahead, Fred.
I just want to make a comment on that. I think because of the high cost of how much debt we're going to go into with this budget, I think maybe we should just wait on that for maybe a year or something like that.
Other comments?
I think we have to put it in and continue on. We've already started work on this and we're going to spend the money whether we put it in or not, because we're in the middle of the negotiations.
Councillor Saunders? We can't do it all?
Well.
You can, but
Yeah, sorry. To be reasonable with a levy, I don't think we can do everything. So at some point, something has to get cut. This is what I would see would be a delay, unless I'm misunderstanding it, as opposed to a cut. Move it to another year.
a deferral, you mean?
Deferral, yeah.
Kick the cost down the road when maybe another year's easier? What, you have a comment, Mr. CAO, or anything on it? Positive or negative?
No, a council decision, but we do have some pending sales and expropriations that are in the works that council has authorized. So I don't know that it goes exactly to zero. That's an Alex question, but it won't be 0.36%. How's that?
If the ones go through that we're just doing right now and didn't move forward on the other ones, is there any indication what that would be? That's not that number, is it?
It would be less for 23. I'd have to take that one away though. That's fairly complex with 20 years of interest calculations to do. So not one I can do off the top of my head here, but yeah, that number would go down.
Is there, I guess I could ask this question too from you. Say those couple of deals go through and we didn't pursue some of the other ones right away. Can we pay for it out of a reserve if we know we're going to pay it back?
Yes, but we also are doing the building, the paramedic station, which brings our reserves down to what I would, just over 10% when our target is 15. The only other aspect of this is I don't know what land prices will be like in 2024, but we will probably have to redo our appraisals moving forwards, which Kevin, I think, has a better understanding of how much we're paying for appraisals, but it's council needs that information to make a decision, and should it go to expropriation, we need those numbers. So we've updated them, but they would have to be updated again in 2024.
So the only, excuse me, the only thing I'd add is that in a lot of these cases, we have provided offers to the landowners we're negotiating with. In some cases, we're still working through those negotiations, but offers have been made based on appraisals that were done in 2022.
So I think kind of what you're saying is you can't hardly even take it out. That would almost be reneging on a deal.
Well, a deal's not, in a lot of cases, the deal isn't in place, but offers have been made based on those appraisals.
So how do we move this forward if you don't want to leave it in? But I don't think appropriately county should take it out. I mean, we've worked this long, this hard on budgets to get this trail this far. I don't know how you can, Councillor Leonard.
I agree we should leave it in, because if we pull that out, who knows what next, like what the gentleman up there said.
What's his
And you
name?
notice I call him a gentleman. Who knows how much more it's gonna go up. So next year it could cost us a lot more. The year after it's gonna cost us even more. So I think we should leave it in and proceed with it.
Councillor Fowler.
Yeah, I believe the property values may be going down. I think we really peaked with property values. That would be for the market value that people have been getting. And I think the real estate is going down. Interest rates have gone up. And when it comes around doing your assessment with the company that does the assessments for the property values, I think that we're going to see that the value will be lower, I think, than what it is right now. The trail is not going to go anywhere for a long time. It's what's there is there. And I think a delay would give us a better chance as a council, as a new council, to be able to review and see what we're doing. And I think 1 year delay on this is prudent. And that's my feeling on this right now.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just going to make a comment that you said earlier. The people that didn't want to sell doesn't think the value is high enough now. So that kind of counter argues that you think the price is going to come down. Councillor Greenwood Spears.
Just wondering if the offers are already out there, what's the turnaround time that they're to get back to us? And would our position be that if they come back with a higher counter, that we don't move forward on anything else? Like our offer was the bottom offer, done.
I'm just, I don't know how much detail we want to get into on negotiations in terms of being an open council. We will have a report coming, and we brought a report at last council. But yeah, I would just reiterate that we have put out offers based on current appraisals.
And we have started expropriation on those things that we have agreed to. So those things are in motion. Councillor Lichty.
Just the way of a comment, all these properties are together. They're all essentially abutting each other. And we're not talking $1 million to begin with. So, and even if it's a 20 or 25% change, we're not talking 300,000-400,000. We might be talking 50,000 or 40,000 or maybe even 100 of the outside. So, you know, I don't think, Fred, that argument, or Councillor Fowler, I don't think that argument really fits in this case with the properties or value going up or down. I think the question is, have we negotiated sufficiently? And are we comfortable? And is there any opportunity over the next year that we may get out of this without incurring legal fees and everything else?
So the comment, I don't know if Fran wanted to chirp in either, but my comment I'm having is, as we saw today in today's budget, the things that got kicked down to the road, here we are. And this is an absolute brutal budget. If we're ever going to take a kick in the, you know what, it's not going to matter whether it's 895 or 878 or whatever. At this point, it's brutal and we have no choice. So if we're going to bite the bullet, you might just as well bite it this year, because it's only going to make it worse to try to get back to something normal next year. So that's just my pitch on it. Councillor Lichty.
So if we take it out, what's it look like at the final line? What's the 8.95 go to?
Well, it goes down to 859.
Yeah. It's still 8.
It's still over 8%.
Yep.
Fran, you did want to say
Yes.
something?
Yes, I did, Ryan. And again, the stuff that we don't do this year is going to come back to bite us next year or the year after. And the KNP land purchase stuff, we have been talking to these folks for a couple of years now. And if the value were to go down, that's a real kick in the seat for all those folks that have been dealing with what is in front of them now. I think we have to keep this in. Otherwise, if we take it out and the purchases go through, we're just going to be in a deficit. So we can fool ourselves by dropping it out and going down 0.3 or 4%, but it's a reality. The process is in the middle, and we're just waiting to tie up the short ends and pay the money.
Councillor Greenwood Spears.
Unrelated to that topic, when I noticed that you were adjusting the figures and that I see that there's no figure put in for the, we've just removed the Wolf Island resource piece from the paramedics, but there's no figure in there. So we aren't really talking about 8.95, because whatever we decide on the two options above for the paramedics doesn't have a percentage figure. And we know that we're talking big money.
So the changes here are covered by this 0.65. Yes.
Yes.
The 0.65 covers that. So more or less in 2023, whether Wolf Island resource was there or not, you're still looking at 0.65. The problem would be then in 2024, if it was to be kept in, you're going to be above 0.65.
So we're actually eating down that contribution faster than we're supposed to be putting in.
Yeah, you'll run into more problems in 2024 without making that change.
Councillor Fowler.
Just getting back to the trails, what I'm hearing right now is that there is an investment already put into properties, and I assume those are the properties south of the river, Mississippi River. You still have about 5 or 6 people north of the Mississippi River that we haven't really went anywhere with. They've just got notices. There's been no real action one way or another with that regarding them. I think that at least we can cut those ones out. And if it's really that important for everybody else, to continue with the ones south of the river.
I'm hearing is the ones that are in the process and the ones that are in this number, we should keep with, not addressing farther. Is that fair enough or not? Or
I
what do you
think,
want to
I
say?
think so. So again, we'll need to take this away and see where we are with the expropriations with all of these. If we, even with what we've already incurred in terms of the covers we have, we're probably still at a high level, probably about 0.1%. I couldn't see it go more than 0.2% based on the ones we have expropriation offers. It might, again, I have to take that one away, but it's not a 0 versus 0.36. It's going to be somewhere in the middle.
So we're still, even taking it out, we're still not going to get that whole benefit.
I think it's worth reminding council that we pay the appraised value.
Yeah.
We've purchased some 60 properties to date, paying the appraised value. And throughout this, people have tried to get more than the appraised value, and council has stuck to the appraised value. If we're going to change that, then that is a decision of council. But at the end of the day, the policy to date has been, we get the property appraised and that's what we offer.
I don't think we should change that policy midstream. That would be somewhat suicidal on future negotiations. And I know that happened to me when a road went through and somebody found out somebody got paid different. It really went ugly. So we will, at this point, we will leave it in. And now it's the discretionary, I guess. Social housing is the one, was that the rent? Right. I don't know if anybody else wants to talk first, but I'm not in favor of supporting it.
If you take it out, what does it do?
Right. It could contribute possibly to 2 families. Right?
So this one had 3 options. Either you contribute the 2 rent subsidies that gets drawn from reserves. You continue, or sorry, I wish I had in front of me. If you weren't going to contribute to this, you could then stop making the contribution to this out of scope reserve, because at present, there's nothing imminent that's out of scope. If ever that changes, I'll probably hit the levy. But you do have a little bit of a safe net in that reserve if you did want to pursue that.
Other comments on it? On this proposal? There's no other comments. So I'm just saying, for my own personal, I would like to leave it out. I think we support social housing through social programs with the city, and I'm just not comfortable at this time of saying, well, let's start something else.
If we took it out, what does it do?
Well, I think you said nothing, right?
So there.
Taking it out on its own would do nothing. If you chose to take it out and reduce the contribution of the social housing reserve by 25,000, that would. Okay. I reserve the right to be wrong on the second decimal point here. That'd take you down to 8.73.
It's like everything. It's only, but cumulatively only's add up. So that's my opinion. Anybody else wants to convince me different, they can, but I'm just saying at this point, I'm comfortable leaving it out. Councillor Greenwood Spears.
I think we probably aren't doing enough for people in the counties that might need help. And so they're having to migrate to the city. So I don't think it's a large ask to keep it in there in case it's needed.
Anyone else? Councillor Fowler.
I agree, Judith. There are a lot of people that are falling through the cracks and may need the service, and we might be able to reach out to them.
Councillor Lickney?
I think $25,000 is not a big ask in this overall budget. So, you know, if we don't need it, we don't need it, but it's in the levy, so I think it should be left in. I don't think it's tremendous dollars.
Any other comments?
I'm good with leaving it in as well.
What? Sorry.
So this isn't a new program. This is a program that existed previously, but the province has now said the municipality pays rather than the province pays. So it technically is not a new program. It's just a new cost to the county, if that makes sense.
So I guess on my side of it is, I don't think $25,000 is going to make any difference. They can go to any social program. We have an office in Verona of social programs through the city. I'm just saying, I think we think that we're going to do something here. I guess it maybe feels warm and fuzzy for you, but 25,000 in the reality grand scheme of things isn't going to make any difference. Maybe to one person if you got the whole 25,000. But anyway.
If I was one of those two people that got a rent subsidy that got me over the hump to stay in my place, it would be very important. So whether or not we get somebody taking advantage of this, let's see.
Leaving it in. Oh, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, clarification, for the CEO. So are people currently receiving this through the provincial program? And now if we don't approve it, they lose it? Or would this be new funding?
Can I defer to the treasurer?
Absolutely.
So currently there are no subsidies. There were two at the end of 2021, but as of the start of 2023, there are 0 subsidies currently in the county of Frontenac.
Then I would support the warden's comment about not including this. I would rather see the money funded towards health, some other form of healthcare.
So all those in favor of leaving it in?
But just to be clear, this isn't funded by the province. This is funded by social services, which we pay into. Is that
Right.
not right, Alex?
That's correct. That would be funded through the county levy at this point, instead of where it was provincially 2 years ago.
Yep. All those in favor of leaving it in?
Yes.
4 in, out, 5 out. Oh, Fred didn't vote? Oh, you voted in. Okay, so I guess it ties. It didn't carry. What else was there? There was 2 or 3 other ones. Ronald McDonald House, Ottawa is asking. Any comments?
I don't think we can afford it.
Councillor Greenwood Spears.
The only way that I could see it is if we went for the larger figure that actually gets the name of Frontenac County on one of the rooms. And that would spread it out over the 5 years and that's something that I'd expect in perpetuity, that we'd at least get recognition of.
Any other comments? Councillor Leonard.
I say take it out.
It's like everything. When they're doing the proposals, they're all great. They're all great things. Nobody's denying that. It's just a matter of when you start looking at these numbers, I just don't know what you want to do. Okay, so all of those, anybody who wants it in, put their hand up. Okay. Food Policy Council. All those wanting it in, put their hand up.
For $500, I can say yes.
Okay, it's in. Rural Kingston Family Health Organization. If you want me to.
Can we take a look at what their total want is?
They don't have a total want. They're saying either we have to go after doctors, we have to help out with some other programs, or the ball was kind of kicked around that we might contribute maybe with another municipality to hire a recruiter. They didn't come out concretely and say, this is what we want. They're saying that they think they need help. One of the key things that the doctor did say is she doesn't have the time, nor should she use her time at that kind of a value to do these recruiting things. So I don't know if we have to put a dollar amount in there. What I would like to see is us to have the conversations with, I think it was Lennox and Addington or somebody else, saying, can we contribute to a recruiter? And then that recruiter could possibly bring back and say, okay, but we're going to need this sort of a contribution for X number of years if you want to attract somebody.
So it
Yes.
is in there, Ron, at 30,000, physician recruiter.
Well, it's in there at 20,000, right?
No,
I think that
30.
was it. I had that in as 30, but based on the information we had, it was a range of different options. So I just tried to throw them all out there. I've got Brianna pulling up the council report right now, and I'll just double check all those.
Okay, so we'll continue the discussion until they get the right number up there.
Okay, I thought that they had actually asked us for 100,000 for the signing bonus.
If we want to go, if
Yeah,
we want to
that's what-
pursue doctors, but she also said it's just not that simple to say you're going to throw it 100,000. You actually do need to have a recruiting program to entice them.
Yeah, but even their own figures showed that the job fair wasn't a great way to go. The recruiter wasn't necessarily a great way to go. The best recruitment was physician to physician. And their own documentation showed that. So I didn't, and if we're just putting out the 100,000, that we're just leveling the playing field, unfortunately, because there's so many other areas that are short physicians and they are giving out 100,000.
But
But I believe that was their
we're
ask.
leveling the playing field for one doctor. Counselor.
We had a presentation last week from Sharba Lake Family Health Team. And they talked about recruiting, being at job fairs and so on. They talked about it very positively. Like Central, Fran, you can correct me here if I'm wrong on these figures. Central and North Frontenac are in the best positions. We give approximately 92,000 plus $100,000. South's in the worst place possible, too close to Kingston, just far enough out to cause an issue. You know, so when I don't recall hearing we need $100,000 for a doctor, but they were looking at $100,000 as going a long way to entice somebody to come. And I also gather that might be over 5 years. Yeah. So that she did say that it would, with a $200,000 debt coming out of school, this pays half of it, and that encourages people to come.
Well, again, I think we can't afford $100,000 to help them out, even though we know it's an important program. There just isn't the dollars. But there was mention of a recruiter that could work part-time for a number of the places that would help them out. And I thought that's where the 30,000 came in. That I could see us possibly accepting, but 100,000, we just don't have it.
Counselor Saunders, well, technically, I guess North and Central got 100,000 to recruit doctors somehow, but.
No.
Well, that's what we're told. They can apply, and because they're rural, they get a $92,000 each to
The ministry,
contribute.
the Ministry of Health, with underserviced areas such as Charlotte Lake, will pay, I think it's 82 or 84,000 to the docs signing up, but it's not just money thrown out there. It's because of the underserviced criteria. Yeah.
Yes, but that's close enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Counselor Saunders.
Picking up on what Councillor Greenwood Spears said on page, whatever it is, 35 or 46, It's right. The survey that was done indicated the best recruitment is through other physicians and networks. So what I see here is kind of a bucket of requests, a recruiter, a headhunter, not the signing bonus, I guess, but there's a couple, three that are kind of in a bucket. So I'm wondering if we should be allowing. So first of all, I believe we're in a crisis. I think the presentation the doctor made it very clear we're in a crisis. And one of the areas, I can't remember which one it is in risk of losing it altogether. If I remember that right, one of the 3 health units. So I consider that a crisis. So I think putting some money aside to find the most efficient or financially responsible way to recruit a doctor, I think is something we need to put in.
So what's the number we're using though?
Well,
The
there's
number
a,
there is 10,000.
with a headhunter at 22,000, there's a physician recruiter at 30,000. I don't think we do both of those.
Oh, I see.
Assistant with recruiting fairs. I don't want to get emotional about this, but when you have a doctor who has to run out of the meeting to go and look after a patient because she's trying to make a pitch for money, I think that's an issue that has to be addressed. So.
I have a little issue with this. I think we should be doing something. I don't know how much, but they've come to North Frontenac and didn't ask for money, but put a case across. I don't know, they've gone to Central. I think she was going.
Yeah, they have.
And
Yep.
what about?
South they
Frontenac
did, but
Islands?
they didn't ask for a dollar amount. They told us their case
Yes,
and they came to the county and did the same thing.
same with us. And then we talked about out of the box, it was just, can we do this? Can we do that? And she said, great. Now we have to figure out how to fund it. Because Ministry of Health steps in and says, this is all you get. And even if you figure out how you're going to do it and get around the rules or bend the rules to make it work, there's no money, or there may not be any money. So the reality is we've got 4 townships and we've got a county. And if we're all putting money into this pot without kind of coordinating it, what are we getting? So like it's $30,000 for a recruiter, does that buy services for all of us? Or theoretically, does it buy services for the city of Kingston?
No, it's going to buy services for all of us that are rural for this recruiter, even if we join up with, let's say, LNA, then LNA might contribute 30,000. There's going to be some partners that are going to contribute money to this person to look at what the best options to get to where we want to be. Can't compete with the city. The city's going to do their own thing. They're offering 100 grand.
Yeah, Frontenac Islands is in a different scenario in that we have a medical clinic and we have Frontenac doctors that come over once a week to look after people and that. So we would not benefit from this recruitment position at all. We already have a group of doctors and that, and they're well established. But going back to the wish list bucket and that, and when you add it up, it's a lot of money and that. But when you look at the signing bonus piece and that as you indicated is usually covered off due to the low rural population underserviced piece by the Ministry of Health. All we could probably do is if it's 84,000 that the ministry provides, what if we say, well, we'll round it up to the 100,000? But to me, the quality of life is the one factor that we can influence. We can't influence a doctor if we're not a doctor to recruit them. But if we can point out, would you like to live on the water? This is the price of housing on the water with a dock, et cetera, and that compared to in Halliburton or some other place, put together a package to show them that they can live more affordably and better, and that you're close to Ottawa, you're close to Kingston, you've got CHEO in one direction, you've got the Cancer Care Center in the other, and highlight. And that could be the selling point that Frontenac County could put together. And it might not be a dollar amount that we have to pay out, but it makes good fiscal sense for a physician. I can buy that nice of a place for 400,000, whereas if I was locating up in Halliburton, it would cost me $1.5 million. So it's just something to look at a little different. But looking at the recruiter, I honestly, it's not even a high result. If you're going to do that, a headhunter with a hard target that if you don't produce a doctor, you don't get paid would probably be a better way to go.
Just to be clear, Judy, the only clinic that gets the ministry money is Charlotte Lake. Verona and Sydenham don't. So they have no money from the ministry to recruit doctors.
True. But Verona Clinic is owned by the township of South Frontenac and the, I don't want to say the lease because I don't even think it is very favorable to any doctor in the world. So I think to be fair, we have worked on those things. And I think it's more important, and I'm not saying this recruiter, I'm not saying the money, I'm not saying anything, but I feel more encouraged to have somebody who can promote what it means to live here and what the benefits are, and maybe what the lease is, or maybe some of these things might be more of an advantage than trying to compete for everybody who all they want is the $100,000. They don't care where it is. And in 5 years, they're going to move to the next 100,000. So if I was going to invest any money, of my money, I guess, I would say I would put some toward a joint services of a recruiter so the doctors don't have to go out and sell it, and promote the county of what it is to live here and the benefits of whether it's the lease in Verona or whether we can come up with another leasing spot or whatever. But I think that's more of an advantage than trying to chase everybody else with 100,000.
So Ron, you're talking 30,000, the physician recruiter in the middle
What?
there?
Well, I guess that's the number that's in there, but do we have any idea anyway? Do you, Kelly?
That was their number, and I believe it was based upon pay for performance. So and maybe the easiest answer is if we want to support doctor recruitment, pick a number, and it would be subject to negotiation with the doctors and LNA if they're willing. But as of last week, the doctors had not approached Lennox and Addington's.
Yes, sorry.
And just to clarify, so on the grid they provided, and again, this is their number, the physician recruiter is 25 to 30,000 per year for what they estimate to be a 0.5 FTE, or a headhunter, which would be 22,000 times the number of physicians recruited. Just to clarify those two numbers that are up there.
So then the value actually is to get the headhunter. Because he'll give you a doctor for 22,000. You could spend 25,000 and be in the same place next year. Right? Yes, Ray.
And it's a staff person. Sorry.
Was that 22,000 per doctor?
Yeah.
22,000 per doctor. Yes.
So if he brought in 5 doctors, then we're looking at a very substantial increase.
Well, if you brought in 4 doctors, we're at the 100,000 that we had to chase
100,000
somebody with.
anyways, right? So
I think that's a better value. You're actually going to get something if you pay it. You want to try? You want to try that number?
I would support that number over going the opposite way, because we're pretty much guaranteed we should get something.
Well, or else you don't pay. So, yes.
So in between, if you did 30,000, that would include 22,000 for a headhunter, and we could throw 18,000 or $8,000 at a recruitment fair, see what actually happens. The Charlotte Lake Health Team spoke much more positively about the recruitment fair than the doctor here did. But
And
they
we
also
did
made-
that once and yeah.
They also made the point that the 100,000 is really nice, but you have to encourage them to come through quality of living here and a job for their spouse or their partner. That's important to them.
So the number we want, do you want to put that number in there?
Which one?
22,000, right? 22,000. Yeah.
Yes.
Any way he wants to get them, I guess, if he provides you one.
Can we use the microphone?
Sorry, the suggestion by Councillor Lichty was that we give 8,000 towards the recruitment fairs because they had spoken highly towards that. I said, if we want to give the 8,000 in addition to the recruitment fares, make sure the headhunter isn't sitting there having it his way.
What's
That's
the,
all.
what did the job fair cost us last year? It wasn't 8,000.
I think both Central and South put in 2,500, and we provided all of the quality of life products.
Okay, so it wasn't 8,000.
No.
Okay. Pardon? Take the recruiter thing out, and if that request comes to council, we can deal with it just like we did last time. And leave the 22,000 in if it's a guaranteed doctor. Right? We're gonna leave that number in there.
The
See where we
22.
get. Yes, we're
Okay.
gonna see if we can hit 10%.
Yeah. And if we do end up with more physicians, keep in mind that there are retiring physicians. So it's not going to be the worst thing if we actually did come up with a second physician. It'd cost us a bit more, but it'd be proactive.
And the ones that are gonna be enticed to retire are gonna go to that nice clinic that they only need to work 2 days a week and but that's a different story. Okay, what else is left? Or are we there?
That was all I had on my list. So we'll go back to the levy graph here. Adding in those two items, we're at 9.15%. The one thing that we didn't fully clarify, so the rent subsidies was a no. Did you wish to stop the $25,000 contribution to the social housing reserve or not?
I do.
If you
I'd rather
do
put it
that,
toward the doctor.
that would drop it to 8.93. If we keep that contribution status quo, we were at 9.15.
If you want to get under 9, Councillor Leonard.
I say we should drop it. We head more for the doctor side of things. Just take a look around the room. When are we gonna need it? And I am a prime example of that. I needed it. And I think everybody else is gonna need it at some point. And I think that should be our priority.
So I think I see some heads nodding, so I guess what do you want to do? Are you going to leave it all in and be at this number? Or do you want to take one out and make it a wash for doctor recruitment and subsidies housing? Judy?
I still think it's a shame that anyone needing a subsidy is basically migrating towards the city or else living in a tent. And it's a small amount of money. And if it helps 2 families, that's 2 families that I think we should be helping. It's not that much.
Councillor Gowdy.
Thank you, sir. I think for this year, we need to take it out, and we can't help everybody. And yes, it's great if we could help even 2 people, but for the hard budget that we're in right now, take it out. There's other agencies out there, not just the county, not just the city. There's other agencies that also offset rent and help out when you're in need, and people in need can look for those other agencies to help them out. And so maybe just this year, take it out and we come back and readdress it next year.
And if we were lucky enough to get a doctor, it's supposed to help hundreds of people, according to the numbers they showed us. Yeah, I'm very fortunate. My clinic, my oldest doctor is 35. She said they'd all outlive me. Yeah. So I said, okay, thank you.
Mine is 80 and he and I are in a race to see who's going to go first.
Or you take it, you don't open a pool before Super Bowl Sunday.
Okay, I won't.
So what we've done is we took the social housing rent out and we've left the 22,000 or 20, whatever for the doctor. Right? Okay. 8.93, so well, we are under 9, if that makes it feel any better. I think I need a cigarette. Oh, I shouldn't say that with the doctor around.
I think I'm going back to smoking too.
Yeah, the smoke and a drink, maybe. Okay. Are there any, I mean, there's nothing that we can leave this room and we can go, this is the most sickening number I've ever seen. It is in the 20 some years I've been on politics. Believe me, I've never seen anything over 2. It's always been 2 or less. However, no matter what we come back with tomorrow, we're never going to get to 3. We're never going to get to 4. So, and there's no point kicking anything else down the road. We might just well bite the bullet this year and get it over with. And hopefully next year it's reasonable. Councillor Saunders?
On a selfish note, could the treasurer tell us what the impact will be for each of the townships?
8.93%. So that would get passed on to your tax bill, at which point whatever the townships add on to it, that'll come out of the cumulative average. I wouldn't have the percentage of what your lower tier levy would be relative to the upper tier levy. If that's what you're asking. I wouldn't have that one
So
available.
Because even this number, 80% of it's the city, let's say, or 70 or.
So training exercise, you can't estimate what the dollar impact would be to each of the townships based on that percentage? I don't know how it works.
You should be able to come up with something on the weighted assessment.
To each of the townships?
Yes.
You guys are roughly, Frontenac Island's roughly 9.5%.
For every 100, no.
Just 9.5 of our total levy.
Oh, yes.
I don't have a calculator up here, but
you can get it, but it's not going to change anything.
I can bring that forward to the document on Wednesday. But unfortunately, I can't mental math that one.
I would appreciate it. So when I say selfish, so for our township, the percentage will jump out at people. When they see the dollar amount, it might be a little more, let's say, accessible or acceptable. I'm not sure.
And as well, at your township, the Wolf and the Howe levy are split separately as well. So it'd be 2 separate numbers based on where the assessment of each island essentially would be.
So I guess the other, just for devil's advocate, I can remember when we told Brian Patterson 2.2%, and he told us basically, we don't look at those numbers. Our council agreed that nothing would be over 2%. This is a little while ago, a year or two ago. And I know what happened. What happens when we come in at 8.9 and he said, are you freaking on crack? Or?
No, I'm not on crack, for the record.
Good, just so the public knows.
But this is the county levy, and it's reduced because we've been proactive with the 0.65. The city levy is higher than that. But the resources, the paramedic resources, which are causing that to be high, are all in the city. So
Just to, I don't want to toot my own horn, Francis and I, but even on our own council, we started budgeting 15 years ago for reserves. And I'll tell you, talk about make the difference in the world. That's where we are today.
Yeah.
Huge
It's-
difference.
Unfortunately, when you get grants and you don't have the money to back them up, you have to borrow money, and that you use reserves or borrow money to get the jobs done. And this year there'll be no applying for grants because there's no money to match them.
Yeah. I know. And at the time, even on our council, it was 1%. And we agreed every year it was 1% that would go into a dedicated reserve. And I mean, it's the world of difference. It makes us where we are. It's crazy. And that started a long time ago. I understand that, but it's just crazy. And we did it a couple times now at the county. And it just makes the difference. If you can have steady dedication and plan it out, it's a difference maker. Yes.
Just a footnote, in healthcare, community health centers, it was always 3% I had to set aside for capitals. Extra, and that was mandated. So I'm not unfamiliar with that concept at all, but just going back to the eradication of the Wolf Island paramedic service, and that there's no way that the residents are going to be quiet about that. So just be ready for severe blowback. I've done as much as I can to make the point, this is not, whether it's a steel roof, a shingle roof, or a cedar roof, this is life and death. And the value of one life being saved by trying to cut down the turnaround time is more critical. And I've done my best on this, but it's not going to be a settled issue, in that I know that from the people on that community that are being affected right now by so many negative things, whether it's a ferry or the loss of, the formal loss of ambulance service. But when we only hit 6 days and 22 days, we didn't have coverage anyways, and we know that. But I'm just saying, be prepared for a firestorm, because there will be.
I have no issue if you want to give them my name, because I have no problem defending that they had no coverage last year. No different than what they're getting this year. Absolutely no different. And I hate it when anybody says, what's the value of life? I can be killed going home. And the fire departments use it, the police will use it, and paramedics can use it. That is not a rationale to say we should just spend money for the sake of somebody feeling warm and fuzzy that there was a service there that wasn't there. You are getting the service. How could you say that? That is terrible to say. You're getting paramedic shifts coming from the city. We just added 2 new shifts, which is going to enhance the islands more than what was there before. How could you say that? I find that I just can't tolerate it when you say that the level of service has gone down. That is not true. And so I have a hard time not defending it.
So, not to belabor this, but I'm going to step into it both feet anyway. North Frontenac and northern part Charlotte Lake, and we have an ambulance station at Robertsville, but that vehicle and those paramedics are not there a good portion of the time. So I'm thinking this is the best value for dollars that we can get, and it will improve everybody's service. The only way I see your community being impacted is if the ferry was sitting right at the dock. Because if it isn't, this ferry's got to come anyway. And so there's no time savings. So unless somebody having a serious medical issue, it's really fortuitous, and it ain't going to happen. It's going to make a difference. So I just think it's the best value for dollars, that the option we chose or recommending.
That the council of the County of Frontenac received a 23 draft budget, business plan, and project proposal report, and further the council approved the 23-27 business plans as presented. And finally, that council include the following project proposals for inclusion in the 23 draft budget deliberations. And I'm not going to read them off, but because some of these here aren't the same on there. Or do you want me to cut them off? Because it's got to come to council anyway. We're just accepting it to go to council basically, aren't we? Is it fair enough to leave that off, and then you'll bring the clean version at council, because we get another go at it to actually approve it? And that they're included in the following projects to come to council.
So Warden Vandewalle, if I could just step in for a moment, basically that motion is going to be amended to just include the county security awareness training, the Fairmount Home 5-hour shift dietary, and the Frontenac paramedic option 3, which is the 12-hour crew as of April 1, a 12-hour crew as October 1, the new vehicle, and the moving the Wolf Island crew to the city. So the other one would be removed from that recommendation.
Then you should have wrote it and put it up there. No, just kidding.
Jeanette, sorry, there's also a $25,000 reduction in the social housing reserve contribution.
Okay, perfect. I will add that in there as well.
All in favor of this going forward to council?
You need a mover and
Oh,
second.
yes, go ahead.
I'll
We
move
have a
it.
mover.
I'll
Francis
move it.
moved. Councillor Gowdy seconded. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Yes.
Now, what did you want me to read, else?
There's just a second
Okay, Office of the Chief Administrative Officer grants to others, public meeting budget comments, recommendations, county account. The Council of the County of Frontenac received a corporate services grant to others, funding requests from outside agency members, municipalities, report for information. And further, that council forward the funding requests from outside agencies, members, municipalities for final budget consideration as follows. Did you want to read them off too, Jeanette?
Sorry, so I have in there the Food Policy Council of KFL&A, $500, and the Kingston Health Family Organization, 22,000 specific for a headhunter. Is that correct? Did I capture that correctly?
Yes.
That's what I've got.
Yep. Okay, do we have a mover? Counselor Leonard, Counselor Lichty, seconded by Counselor Lichty. Any other comments? All in favor?
Yes.
Carry. Do we have a motion that, adjourn? Do we have a, Counselor Fowler, that we adjourn? All in favor?
Yes.
Carry. Thank you.
Oh. Not fun, folks, but we did it.